Check, 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 check. Audio test one for the meeting stream. Audio test two for the meeting stream.
We're going to get underway in about 2 minutes. 2 minutes until we get underway.
You might remember I do.
One minute. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. Welcome to our, just going to turn my sound off. There we go. Well, welcome to our 55th Planning and Housing Committee meeting. I want to acknowledge that Ottawa is located on the unceded and never surrendered territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. Il est important de souligner que la ville d'Ottawa se trouve sur un territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine Anishinaabe, dont la culture et la présence ont enrichi et continuent d'enrichir ces terres. May I get a roll call, please, coordinator?
Councillor Brockington,
Here.
Councillor Curry, Councillor Dudas,
Here.
Councillor Johnson,
Here.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
Present.
Councillor Kelly,
Present.
Councillor Kitts, Councillor Lowe,
Here.
Councillor Tierney,
Present.
Councillor Troster,
Here.
Vice Chair Gower,
Here.
Chair Brown,
Here.
and Chair Leaper. You have quorum.
Thank you very much. I'll just note that we are joined today by Councillor Brown, who chairs the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee. He is ex officio to this committee and so is entitled to participate in the discussion, make motions and vote. And I'll also just make quick note that Councillors Menard, Skalski and Devine and Bradley are all here joining us as well. So welcome to Planning and Housing Committee. Are there any declarations of interest? None? Are the minutes of our meeting 54, October 1st, 2025 confirmed?
Confirmed.
Thank you. The status update, Planning and Housing Committee inquiries and motions for the period ending September 26th, 2025 is that received?
Received.
Thank you. So we'll go straight to the top. Colleagues, find my comments. I just have a few comments I'd like to make at the outset of this meeting. We're here today to consider whether the Taywin development should be removed from Ottawa's urban boundary. I wanted to provide some brief remarks at the outset of our debate, outlining how I want to chair this meeting. There's been significant media attention paid to this, and I'm pleased to welcome several representatives of our host nation who I know will be delegating to us in the course of today's discussion. We all understand that this is a sensitive discussion. It will be lost on no one that we have just read the land acknowledgement. Ottawa's population is growing, and our official plan calls for slightly less than a majority of that new population to be housed in lands that are not already serviced. Council's approved growth management strategy identified the need for new lands to be added into the urban boundary, and significant time was spent during our official plan debate to determine which parcels those would be. Council did not fully adopt staff's recommendations with respect to which parcels those would be, and the Taywin development was ultimately included. During the debate, some members cited the desire for reconciliation with Indigenous communities and people as one of their motivations for approving Taywin's inclusion within the urban boundary over other candidate lands. Today, I anticipate that we will hear arguments over who represents the host nation. There is a line of reasoning that if the landowner, the Algonquins of Ontario, are not rightly the body with which the City of Ottawa's government should focus reconciliation efforts, then the approval by Council of Taywin would be illegitimate, since at least part of the stated reason by some for supporting its inclusion is based on reconciliation. I'm going to give some leash to those arguments. It was part of the motion that brought the Taywin lands in, but I want to provide some cautions. As a landowner, the Algonquins of Ontario is entitled to have its parcel considered for inclusion in the urban boundary, and committee and council's job is to consider whether this is in keeping with the policies that guide urban boundary expansion in this city. This committee cannot do the work of determining who speaks for which Indigenous persons. That is the work the federal government must undertake, and as the Supreme Court has stated, the honor of the Crown cannot be delegated. While I will absolutely admit some respectful dialogue on the subject during our meeting, I would ask delegations to focus on the land use planning considerations that are our work. I will be quick to cut short disrespectful language, especially when that strays beyond the matter at hand. I will also, if matters that aren't appropriately litigated in front of this body drag on, ask delegates and councillors to respect my periodic, gentle reminders to bring this conversation to the matters with which we are equipped to deal. With that statement out of the way, I would like to turn the mic over to Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. If you allow me, I'll just make some opening comments. Before I introduce this motion, I just wanted to say a few words about why I felt it was important to bring this issue back to committee and to give delegates an opportunity to speak about it. The decision was made back in 2021 to include Taywin in the city's expanded urban boundary, and it was rushed, and it was done without adequate consultation from important stakeholders, including the First Nations of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation Tribal Council, community groups, City of Ottawa staff, and other Ottawa residents. I'm fully aware of the housing shortage in our city, and I'm extremely supportive of sustainable development, both through intensification in urban wards and greenfield development in rural wards. My voting record on this committee clearly demonstrates that I'm not opposed to housing-friendly developments in our city. At the last Planning and Housing Committee, we received a mid-2024 update on Greenfield residential land survey. The report indicates the city currently has approximately 1,500 hectares of available land for development, exceeding the 15-year supply requirement of 314 hectares. If council votes to remove Taywin of 222.68 hectares from the existing greenfield development, the city still has more than sufficient space to accommodate population growth for over the next 15 years. A quick look at the Greenfield Residential Land Survey shows why Tailwind would be so costly for the city. It's nowhere near any existing infrastructure, especially when compared to other areas slated for development in the coming years. I reject the assertion that discussions regarding this development were exclusively a rural issue. This type of ill-advised spending on sprawl will have an impact on residents across our city, whether they live outside or within the Greenbelt. Since I first raised this issue last spring, I've heard from residents living across the wards who strongly oppose this development and feel that the decision to include the land in Ottawa's urban boundary was done without adequate consultation and analysis. With all the existing financial pressures the city is facing, when we look at our budget for 2026, we simply can't afford to throw good money after bad in continuing this development. I ask my fellow committee members to listen to today's delegates with an open mind, and I'm looking forward to a fulsome discussion. Thank you. I'd like to just say that I have an amendment to the motion. I won't read the whole motion out, and it could be put up on the screen. Whereas Grand Chief Savannah McGregor of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation Tribal Council has expressed opposition to the Tailwind development, stating, "We want to make it abundantly clear that just because a landowner whose realty corporation is partly owned by one Algonquin First Nation and self-identified Algonquin people does not qualify it for an active reconciliation with the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation." And Grand Chief Lisa Robinson of the Algonquin Nation Secretariat, who combined with Grand Chief Savannah McGregor represents 10 of the 11 Algonquin First Nations, has also stated opposition to the development. Be it further resolved that planning staff be directed to explore how land use planning could contribute to meaningful reconciliation in consultation with the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation Tribal Council and the Algonquin Nation Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanagh. I'm just wondering if the coordinator's office could ensure that the most recent copy of the motion is distributed to members with a physical copy, please. So with that, my intention is to move straight into hearing from delegates. We don't have a staff presentation on this one. After we've heard from the delegates, of whom there are currently 19 signed up, we will take maybe a 20-minute break before we move into questions of staff and debate. So with that, our first delegate signed up is Liam O'Brien. Good morning, Mr. O'Brien. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee, and then if members choose, they can ask you questions.
Thank you. I'm obviously an amateur. Good morning, and thank you so much for having me. My name is Liam O'Brien, and I'm a professor in civil and environmental engineering at Carleton University. And I'm going to stay in my lane here and really focus on my technical concerns. But my teaching and research focus on sustainable built environments. I've delegated twice. This is my second time, and the first time was also for Tailwind. If you recall, there were over 50 delegates. And I remember a lot of opposition to Tailwind, a lot of legitimate concerns, not from people who worried about shadows in their backyard, but people who were worried about the fundamentals. The only advocates I remember hearing for it were people who had financially gained from it. So it was a little bit discouraging to me when, despite staff recommendations, despite multiple days of delegates, we went ahead. I was recently consulted by the city to present my work on the sustainability of telework, because I had a 5-year project on that in Ottawa, $500,000 project to research telework. And I presented and explained it was quite nuanced, and there's trade-offs. There's the human aspects, sustainability aspects, et cetera. I don't see that with Tailwind. I think the fundamentals, everything I've learned and researched in my 20 years in this field suggests that this is problematic planning. We know that, for example, suburban neighborhoods are twice as expensive to maintain for services. Typically, there's about 5 times more emissions per person in the outer edge than in the core. People are much less likely to bike and walk and take transit. Like, this is in the data. We have lots of experiments to see this happening in real time. And even if the local planning is good, which I believe there are good principles here, the reality is that the context means that it's going to be a car-dependent neighborhood. And as soon as you have car dependency, you have people advocating for wider roads, more parking, and this makes it less pleasant and less viable for walking, transit, cycling, etc. I'd like to contrast the Zibi, which I live very close to. Zibi was put on contaminated lands. They cleaned it up. It's using existing infrastructure. They're bringing customers to the LRT, which is good for the city's finances. And they brought parkland. It's an amazing place where I bring family to. I do not bring my family to the outer suburbs. It just doesn't have the sort of amenities that attracts, most people. And so I think if Ottawa's serious about solving its financial, housing, climate crisis simultaneously, sprawl is not the way. We need to focus on infill. So I want to close by saying we no longer live in the 1950s where we could naively believe that this was the way to develop. The truth is in the data. We know how developing, can be good or bad. We need to develop in a way that benefits existing people, nature, sustainability, et cetera. And I hope this is an election issue if it goes forward, because we don't pass by a single meeting without hearing about how residents complain about traffic. It's unfair to their residents. Other wards are getting, more investments. Well, this is adding a hungry mouth to the whole city. So I'd like to thank you for your time, and I hope you support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Bernard has a question for you.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, Liam, for coming out and speaking on this. I wonder, you mentioned car dependency as one of the pieces you're concerned about. Just given your 20 years experience and studying this particular land addition, what else can you be more detailed about what the concerns are with the planning aspects of Taywin? Just some more specificity on some of the areas that you've got concerns about.
Yeah, so I mean, one of them is just the simple geography of the situation. You locate people relatively far from amenities, hopefully a new Senator Stadium, shopping, jobs, et cetera. That, as soon as you have those distances, a lot of sustainable transportation modes become less viable. But I also worry about, for example, the social aspects. As soon as people are commuting long distances, that means less time with their kids. That means more time on your butt, driving instead of, moving around, getting exercise, playing sports, hobbies, et cetera. I live downtown, so I avoid this situation for a reason. But I can only imagine the challenge of having to spend multiple hours a day driving. And I'll note that this is not just going to affect people living there, but also people in Orleans, for example. So it's going to have negative implications for the whole city.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just on the piece about the negative financial implications, I'm sure we'll have more discussion about that, but appreciate your delegation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Councilor Tierney.
Great, thanks, Chair. Thanks for coming in today, Liam. Telework, wow, this is kind of timely with all our discussions going on, and obviously you see that a lot of people are going back to work, so I kind of understand that. When it comes to the parcel of land, we're all dealing with the upzoning in Teresa's area, in my area, Carr's area, Lane's area. You see the outcry of people upset right now with intensification. I'm getting it firsthand. Knowing that if we were to remove a parcel of land by your submission today, it sounds like you don't want any additional parcels added on, period. Would that be a fair statement?
That would be a fair statement. And maybe I can add on to that and say, if I walk out my front door, I can see probably 1,000 new apartment units going up.
Okay.
I deal with this personally. I'm all for it because now I have a grocery store that I can walk to. That didn't happen before.
Sure. Sure. And great. And that suits a lot of people's lifestyles 100%. I think families and larger blended families may have a challenge with that, but I will ask that question to staff because what happens if we remove that many hectares out of what is already creating consternation? It's myself and certain councillors inside the Greenbelt that are facing, why are they going to put in so much intensification in these areas? So it's a great question, and thank you for your delegation today.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tierney. Thank you very much, Mr. O'Brien. Neil Sarabanamutu. Good morning. You know the drill.
Morning, I can just get myself set up here. Okay, sorry. Chair, before we begin, can I just make one point of order, and that's, would it be possible to get water provided for the delegates and for the public at these meetings? Now that with the new security measures, there doesn't appear to be any water fountains on this floor that are accessible for the public. So just as a point of order, if for future meetings, if you could make that available, that would be greatly appreciated.
Thanks for the suggestion. Well noted.
Okay. If I could begin, I'd like to talk about the second most important issue around Taywin. The first most important issue, the most important issue is reconciliation. We have a number of Algonquin and Anishinaabe representatives here to talk about that. I'm not in a position to comment on that, but obviously I hope you'll take those concerns very seriously. I would like to talk about the second most important issue, which is the question about whether Ottawa should be building a fourth satellite city. Okay? Should Ottawa be building a fourth satellite city? Now, currently, we have 3 satellite cities in Ottawa outside the Greenbelt. We have Orleans, we have Canada-Stittsville, and we have Barrhaven. With this proposal under Taywin, the number of homes proposed, 40,000, couple that with Finley Creek, we are approaching a new satellite city the size of Barrhaven. So I think that this is what we're talking about is fundamentally redrawing the map of Ottawa here, and yet we're doing it by stealth. We're not having a public discussion about, is this the way that the people of Ottawa would like the city to look in the future? I think the people of Ottawa deserve a public discussion on this. And I think the public would have 2 questions. The first would be, well, what's the cost of this? And number 2 is, do we have alternatives? On cost, we know, just actually building on some of the points that the previous speaker was making, we know that getting water pipes out to the new development will cost $600 million. We hope we'll get some of that back through development charges in the future. But that's still a pretty heavy burden for taxpayers to carry in the interim. We also know through the Hemson study that the city has commissioned previously that a new home built outside the Greenbelt will cost taxpayers $465 per person per year on average. That means that if we look at a project the size of Taywin, we are looking at asking each family in Ottawa to contribute the equivalent of $100 a year so that Taywin can exist. Okay, if you do the math, that's what the number works out to. And I think that if you ask people, are you prepared to spend $100, your family prepared to spend $100 to support a new development Taywin, I think people would have to ask, what are the alternatives? Do we have alternatives? And Councillor Kavanagh, in her motion, described those alternatives very clearly. We do have alternatives that are low cost. What we are talking about with Taywin is a high cost option for building housing. Which really leads us to the question of why are we even considering this? We've got low-cost options that are available to us, and we've got a high-cost option on the table here with Taywin. And the answer is simple. It's that the Taggart Corporation would like this to happen. Taggart and their development partners, by my estimates, could make $4 billion in profits on this. Now, maybe you've got another number that you'd like to share with us. And I want to be clear, profit is not a bad thing. I am all in favor of corporations, individuals that take risk to be appropriately rewarded. What is inappropriate here is that profit only comes with a cross-subsidization from taxpayers. So Council, I think that's what this vote is really about. We have before us a high-cost option. We have low-cost options as Councillor Kavanagh has presented. And it comes down to, should taxpayers be cross-subsidizing private profit? That's one of the key issues here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Neil, for your delegation. So I appreciate you bring up the point about the economic angle of this,
Yeah.
that the cost and the fact that we're creating another satellite community further away. So I just wanted to say thank you for that, because that's a major part of this discussion. And I think people have to realize across the city what it would cost to build a community that far out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saramondo. I don't see any further questions for you. Thanks for your delegation today. Grand Chief Savannah McGregor, the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Nation Tribal Council. Good morning, Grand Chief. It's a pleasure to
Hey.
see you again.
Minoshiba, good morning.
Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Thank you. I have a little blurb that I've written, but also I'm not going to repeat everything that has been said and shared in the media just for the sake of timing, but we are very dismayed that at this point of the decision-making you have at your hands to hear our concerns, we fear the potential lack of trust that at this stage, we must once again share our Anishinaabe Algonquin position on the proposed development of Taywin. It is very upsetting that we must discuss Taywin this deeply into the process without adequate consultation and respect for my Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. To the councillors that support us, Chimigwech, now we are facing this potential predicament and challenges to the rightful owners of this land, us. Again, we have to return here to this floor to remind you that this is our unceded territory that is part of our Nitakanan. That's the name for the entirety of our unceded territory, both in Quebec and Ontario. We share our territory, and that must be honored and respected as you are honorary stewards in the city's boundaries, which occupy the National Capital Region. You must in turn honor the people that have been here since time immemorial. This is a reciprocal relationship and one that we respect highly, and we expect and wish for the same position from you. It is fitting to have this meeting in the Champlain Room. There are models of good, responsible governance and working together throughout First Nations territories across Canada. I spent a considerable amount of time in my life in Tecumloops to Secwepemc and Kamloops, and they were able to achieve a beautiful major project called Sun Rivers. This work was done with the people, and it is such a successful development because of the good work that was done from the start. The one big thing regarding economies and opportunity is location, location, location. The legitimate Algonquin and Anishinaabe communities' reserve boundaries do not accommodate for such developments because we do not have the land base. We are located far away and live within the confines of the Indian Act, amongst other reasons. This is a blessing in some ways because our Anishinaabe way of life has remained intact, but at a high cost. Some of our communities do not even have a reserve. They are but a settlement, no hydro, and must rely on generators, no proper national level approved infrastructure or even safe drinking water. I myself shower in uranium contaminated water and must rely on bottled water for cooking and drinking, and I am not the only one. In the big scheme of things, this has hindered what could have been before fee simple lands were created through the adjudication of our lands via colonization during the creation of Canada, through the creation of reserve systems, and the subsequent creation of the Indian Act. Making our people have to move to inadequate small parcels, scraps of land, while denying us of everything that we were and are, and what we could become. Yes, we can get creative, but being part of the lands in this country that were so early colonized in the game of this country's creation has proven to be a hindrance and impediment that we are navigating our way through. Right now, we have 10 of the 11 Algonquin and Anishinaabe communities being represented who did not get adequate consultation, and we are here to enforce our rights. We are here to save our nation's rights for our future generations. This is our purpose and obligation to them. As I stand here with my fellow delegates in person and online, we are here to appeal our position to you, please heed to the words that they will share with you. When it comes to nationhood, there is no such thing as cherry picking. And if cherry picking was our thing, we would make sure to harvest all of the fruit to share with everyone because that is the Anishinaabe Algonquin way. Miigwech.
Which, Councillor Bradley?
Thank you so much, Grant Chief McGregor, for being here today. I've had the privilege over the last 3 years to be the first ever council liaison to the consultative circle, and I have learned so much from you and fellow host nation leaderships over that time. Your voice and leadership continue to guide my understanding on how we can move forward in a good way, and I'm grateful to you for that. It's a good reminder to my colleagues, and I have the responsibility we have to listen and learn from your lived experience. If I could ask you one question, what, in your opinion, would be a respectful way for the committee to move forward today?
You have a tough decision at your hands today, and ideally abandoning the whole project would be good, but I leave that up to you because I can't force people's hands. I could just appeal to positions and share ours.
Thank you for that, and thank you for being here today and sharing your views with us.
Miigwech.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Menard has a question for you.
Thank you very much, Grant Chief, for coming and speaking with us today. This is not the first time that you've raised issues. It's been raised in the past with City Council for multiple years. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
And this occurred when people like Grand Chief Verna Polson wrote to council, people like Claudette Commanda spoke out against this, people like Chief Lisa Robinson, who have come and spoken with council, written to us and said, stop, take the time you need here. Why is it important now at this hour, at this time, for you to come and speak with us again to make this case, given where the city has previously decided to move on the Taywin lands? Why is it important now?
We're at the 11th hour and we're all here together, and our nation has been here since time immemorial, and we just must keep one foot in front of the other to make sure that nobody forgets what our nation's position is and that we need to show up because we really care about this, and our territory is the home of our ancestors. And I always wonder, like, okay, I wonder how they would feel about where we are currently now as a nation, and we must uphold the obligation that we have to our future generations because that's the gift that we are leaving them. So
Thank you for that. I have other questions for you,
okay.
but there's, I guess the biggest question for me that remains now is the reason why city staff said that they were going to consider this in the first place wasn't about planning principles. In fact, they recommended against it. It wasn't about cost. In fact, they said this was going to be one of the most costly lands that we could add. Didn't make sense for taxpayers. You know, it wasn't about the housing typology because clearly there's other denser ways to build. The only reason that staff said that they would analyze this is because in the motion, they called it reconciliation. I wonder your view of that and how that resonates with you, that the only reason why staff considered this, why council said they were considering it, wasn't for planning purposes. It was, they stated it was for reconciliation.
To quote Grand Chief Lisa Robinson, she says it's not about reconciliation, it's about reconciliation. But we didn't expect it to be taken so literally with other people that are not us.
Thank you very much for speaking with us today. Thank you, Chair.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Grand Chief. I don't see any further questions for you. Thank you very much for your delegation today. We'll move on to, Chief Vicky Chief. Good morning, Chief.
Good morning.
Whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation
you.
to the committee.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Vicky Chief. I am Chief of the Algonquin community of Timiskaming First Nation, and I've been so for the last 3.5 years. I'm going to get straight to the point this morning, as this is of the utmost importance to the Algonquin Nation. Simply put, under Section 35 of the Constitution, Indigenous rights holders must be consulted in any development scenario where our rights may be adversely impacted. This duty to consult must consist of meaningful consultation, which explicitly requires dialogue between potential developers and Indigenous stakeholders. To ensure the concerns of Indigenous rights holders are factored into any final decisions. When the Taywin project was passed in 2021, it was touted by then Mayor Jim Watson as an act of reconciliation, despite council only having consulted with Algonquins of Ontario, an organization that was created for the sole purpose of increasing the number of supposed Algonquins who could negotiate a land claim with the governments of Ontario and Canada. It is of the utmost importance that council understand that the AOO does not consist of or represent the interests of legitimate, federally recognized Algonquins rights holders, and is not a First Nation nor an Aboriginal rights holder under Section 35 of the Constitution. Rather, the AOO is a nascent organization largely consisting of non-Indigenous Canadians who learned of their far distant ancestry via genealogical research, conducted solely for the purpose of bolstering their organization's numbers. From the perspective of legitimate, historical Algonquin communities, membership in our nation constitutes a shared, lived experience grounded in community values which have existed since time immemorial. The reality is, I'm sure the decision to consult the AOO was not carried out with malicious intent. Rather, I have no doubt that mayor and councillors of the time were attempting in earnest to fulfill their obligation to meaningfully consult with Indigenous rights holders. Nonetheless, there is need for correction. Truth and Reconciliation Day was observed not more than 15 days ago, not so far from where we are today. It's not the time politically or morally for governments to be excluding Indigenous rights holders from decisions that affect their lands and their identity. We are living in a moment of reckoning. However, slowly, we must continue to strive towards truth and learning and undoing ways that have excluded our nations. That means demanding that governments engage and consult with actual rights holders. If the City of Ottawa is serious about reconciliation, you must ask yourself, who are we listening to? Who are we consulting with? And who are we ignoring in this process? The path forward must include respect, recognition, and accountability to the rights holders of the unceded territory whose lands we are gathered on here today. Miigwech for the opportunity.
Chief, thank you very much. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you so much, Chief, for being here today and for delegating to this committee and for so clearly articulating that it's not too late for this council to reverse course. I agree with you in that I don't think that there was ill intent when the city had consulted with the AOO, but I do think that there's opportunity here for us to set the course into the right direction. Could I ask you a similar question to that I asked the Grand Chief? What would reconciliation here today look like for you?
We have to put reconciliation back in the hands of what it means to us. And when we are left out of these conversations, that is not true reconciliation.
Thank you so much, Miigwech.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bradley. Chief, I see no further questions for you. Thank you very much for your delegation today. We'll move to Professor Veldon Coburn, who I believe is online, so we'll get him into the meeting. Or her.
Good morning.
Good morning, Professor. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee when you're ready.
Great, thank you. As mentioned, I am a professor. I'm a professor of public administration and governance at McGill University, but I'm also a faculty member at the School of Political Studies, where I still am at the University of Ottawa. My specialty is in Indigenous public affairs and governance, but it's not just that, but I'm also a member of the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan. I'm coming today just because I was motivated by some unseemly and offensive rhetoric around relitigating matters, and I thought it would be helpful to disabuse ourselves of certain needlessly inflammatory relations here, because it does seem clear that there is some need for a bit of an elementary education on Indigenous relations, and specifically with the host nation. So to begin, let's set out a few facts that this is Algonquin territory. Title and rights have never been extinguished nor ceded. And title and rights are vested in the nation. And that's an important point that I hope everyone here takes away. So quite apart from the nation, the Algonquins of Ontario is an unincorporated organization and not a federally recognized First Nation. So we're here about Teywin, and it comes as a surprise for many Algonquin, including myself, to learn of this development as far back as February 2021. We weren't consulted. And as others have mentioned too, consultation must be meaningful. We were never consulted. And this was an obligation that was owed then under the Province of Ontario's 2020 Provincial Policy Statement, and it remains the case under the 2024 Provincial Planning Statement. So as many other Algonquins, we learned that the Algonquins of Ontario, a corporation that was constituted for the purposes of the Algonquin land claim in Ontario, was entwined in this real estate affair. What's more, it appears that the AOO is altering Algonquin legal positions and interests without consulting Algonquins. And since February 2021, the AOO has steadfastly refused to provide transparency of these activities to those it purports to represent, namely Algonquins. So the prominent place of the AOO in these affairs is unfortunate. The proposition that the Algonquins of Ontario Corporation and its subsidiaries, such as the AOO Realty Corp, is a legitimate body vested with the political authority, whether formal or merely social, to dispose of Algonquin legal interests in our territory in our name is tenuous at the very best. As I mentioned at the outset, territorial title is vested in the nation and not individuals nor corporations. The disposition of Algonquin territory affects all citizens of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. The colonial divide that splits the provinces of Quebec and Ontario is not an Algonquin border. Members of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation that live in Quebec enjoy rights and title to the Algonquin territory on both sides of the Kitchissippi. All of this speaks to how the conception of reconciliation as well has been used throughout this matter. The convenient colonial division that has carved out the Algonquin nation is being wielded to marginalize and exclude legitimate Algonquin from their territory. Our Algonquin kin and fellow Anishinaabe nationals have never modified nor extinguished their rights or title to this land, and they must be consulted as full partners. The selective practice, or the unseemly rhetoric too, of cherry picking that favors the AOO Corporation to the detrimental exclusion of Algonquin First Nations is diametrically opposed to reconciling with the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. So framing Indigenous peoples as relitigating or litigating that inflammatory language is needless at this point. We have come to you before to speak up and yet be hand waved in the media as relitigating. The courts have been clear that negotiations and dialogue is the preferred course. So we aren't litigants, we are rights and title holders. But if the City of Ottawa wishes to make us litigants, I know many on the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation side are ready to be heard in court if you do not hear us now today. So with that, I'll cede the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Professor Coburn. I see that Councillor Johnson has a question for you.
Thank you very much for being here, Professor. I'm very interested in your academic background in governance, and I do understand the focus on language. I've heard both the idea of relitigation, but also with respect to the planning process and where we are, the concept of sunk costs and whether or not we should be avoiding or whether we're too far gone in terms of sunk costs. And I wonder if you could sort of entertain me in that language and explain to us what how that sort of and we haven't practiced this, but you know, how that language would play out in your academic background of Indigenous governance, and when we have moved forward with sunk costs and what the other costs might be around that, because I think that's important to this committee.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so my first degree is actually in economics. So in economics, sunk goes to long run and short run too. So in terms of costs, those are irrecoverable. So sunk costs you'll never get back. But it depends on what sort of marginal costs you might have. So when you have other inputs into whatever sort of productive output you might have, and sorry if I seem too pedantic, but again, my first degree is in economics and I did graduate studies in economics too. So whenever you get a project off the ground, you're going to sink money into it. There's other funds and expenditures that can be recovered through productive outputs. But if you want to get into the financial accounting, and I think that's where you might want to go with legal risk management as well, is whether or not, and I saw some numbers put into the public, but I'm privy to a memo that was provided to Councillor G. Gower dated April 9th, 2025, file dossier PHC 2025-01. And it talks about $500,000 to $1 million, and then a few other numbers that are in there. That could be lost. Yeah, certainly. But not doing things right, consider how cheap the negotiations and dialogue will be considerably with the Algonquin Nation to do things right and not litigate. Because getting a case like this off the ground in terms of legal risk management, I think is very ill-advised, is to poke a nation in the eye who is just down the street in federal court, at the Federal Court of Appeal just last week, even the smaller Algonquin First Nation of Kabewek. We will face off against large governments, and including third parties. So even the Supreme Court's decision in Clyde Hamlet, a very small Inuit hamlet in 2016, 2017, that won against a federal regulatory body, that they were not properly consulted or accommodated, that we will not back down to these things. And that is costly. So if people wish to weigh, that will be a sunk cost, including legal costs, awards to the Algonquin Nation. So if you want, it's bad policy to actually face off against Indigenous litigants these days, to convert us into litigants as this inflammatory language might impel us to do. I would caution against that in terms of bad policy, but also in terms of the losses that I think were also mentioned in some op-ed that was passed my way about, well, it's bad for business development. One of the things that will scare off business development is litigation as well too. I don't think any other business is going to come around and touch when you haven't got the consent from the title holders. So that's an opportunity loss, opportunity cost, as it may be in the economics of it all. So the marginal cost of whatever might be sunk into this, you might have to chalk it up to a few lessons learned too, but do you want to go back to City of Ottawa constituents and say, We messed up. The Algonquin Nation came with an olive branch and said, let's just talk because this is the cheapest option for you. And in fact, if you get our consent and make us partners in true fashion of reconciliation, in the spirit of it, that'd be the most cost-effective route that I would advise.
Thank you very much for your answer. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kavanaugh?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Veldon, for your delegation. I think you just answered the question I was going to ask, and that was what action to take going forward based on this motion.
Yeah, I would say, especially if I'm reading this memo too correctly, that it says, I guess Councillor Gower was advised in this City of Council, and this is the quotation on, I think it's not, the pages aren't enumerated, but it's on page 5 at the bottom. In September 2021, the city received feedback from Indigenous communities that consultation should not fit within a strict project timeline for engagement. The city noted in its correspondence that, and this is quotations as well, or quotations within the site that I'm having, we recognize that an open dialogue cannot fit within strict deadlines. There is no deadline for Algonquin nations to provide feedback on the new official plan. PIED, in parentheses now PDBS, has committed to all Indigenous communities that if feedback arises outside of the city's project timeline, the department will review and undertake any necessary amendments to the policy. So it's also bad practice to hand wave away as what had happened in the fall of 2021, where I had also made submissions back then with colleagues of mine who are both professors, Dr. Lynn Gale and Dr. Jennifer Maness, who both happen to be members of the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan. I've restated some of my points and our shared points from back then, that this isn't relitigation. This is actually making our voices heard. Again, my moral today is that you hear us today. You don't have to hear us. You don't have to listen to us, in fact, but you do have to listen to a court. And we can find reconciliation through the judiciary if you're going to be reckless with reconciliation today.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much, Professor. I don't see any further questions for you. I appreciate your intervention today. Thank you very much. We'll move on to Grand Chief Lisa Robinson, who I believe is also online. Good morning, Grand Chief. Whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Okay. Koi Kikina, Lisa Nadishnikaz Mongdo Dem, Megan Sagagan Nadojabal. Good morning, councillors. I bring greetings from the upper end of the Kitchissippi, where Wolf Lake Territory is located. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Algonquin Nation Secretariat, which represents the communities of Wolf Lake, Temiskaming, and Barrier Lake. Together, though, we form a broad part of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation, whose unceded territory includes, the entire Ottawa River watershed, the Kitchissippi watershed, and the very lands in which the city of Ottawa finds itself. So I'm here today to speak in support of Councillor Kavanaugh's motion regarding to remove the Teywin lands from the city's official plan. This motion really speaks to what our nation has been saying since February of 2021. The Teywin project was pushed forward without proper consultation, without due diligence, and without respect for our Algonquin rights holders, who are the true stewards of the land. In 2021, we spoke twice to this council, in February and again in October, offering to meet to share documentation and to find a constructive path forward. We didn't receive a response, and we never were consulted. So I'm here today, to ask, and we all are here today to ask you to correct, this planning error, and to correct, what could be a historic wrong. In terms of representation, let me be clear that the Algonquins of Ontario do not represent the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation. The AOO is not recognized by the Indian Act. It is a corporate entity that was created for a specific purpose of negotiation. And that does not equate to having inherent Indigenous governance and constitutional status. It does include one First Nation, Pikwakanagan, but it also includes a number, thousands of individuals who have self-identified as Algonquin and are not registered as an Algonquin community member elsewhere. So by relying on this AOO as an Indigenous partner, the City of Ottawa has consulted the wrong party and has excluded the actual rights holders, the First Nations of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation, our member communities. And that is not reconciliation. This is actually a continuation of colonial practice. The Constitution Act of 1982 is very clear on this, that when a decision may affect Indigenous rights or title, there is a duty to consult and accommodate. So the city's own official plan and its reconciliation action plan commit you to that same standard. Yet, as the motion states, when Tewan was added to the urban boundary, no consultation with Algonquin First Nations occurred. And that is a serious oversight. One that places, the City of Ottawa at a legal and moral risk. So I do want to, thank Councillor Kavanagh for bringing forward this motion. Her motions acknowledges, that Tewan was approved without consultation and that the city consulted the wrong entity and that the project carries, massive financial and environmental risk as well. But it also affirms the words of Grand Chief Savannah McGregor. Just because a landowners corporation is partly owned by one First Nation and self-identified individuals does not make it an act of reconciliation. And we fully agree with that. So in terms of moving forward, the motion also ends by directing the planning staff to explore how land use planning can contribute to meaningful reconciliation in consultation with the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation. We welcome this step. We are ready to work with the city to create a proper consultation framework that includes our nation and all of our sister First Nations. True reconciliation means working together, government to government, and with mutual respect. So in closing, in 2021, we did warn that approving Tewan without consultation would be a mistake. And 4 years later, that warning has proven true. But now you have a chance to correct it. Support this motion, remove the Tewan lands from the official plan, and begin a new chapter of real reconciliation, one that includes the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation as a partner and not just as an afterthought. And let the City of Ottawa be known for not repeating colonial patterns, but for having the courage to do what is right. Miigwech. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you, Grand Chief. Councillor Bradley?
Thank you so much, Grand Chief, for delegating virtually today. I put my hand up early, but you kind of touched on the question I wanted to ask you with respect to meaningful consultation. And of course, developing an appropriate framework would make sense. But is there a path forward with Tewan to engage at this point with host nation?
Is there a path forward? Well, I think in terms of it's tricky, because this cart has proceeded without us, and now it's like you're asking us to play catch up. So, it's really hard to do that. But I think in terms of being at a juncture in time, to fix this, now is the time to do that. And I think in the spirit of reconciliation that, fixing this is the way to do this without creating a historic wrong.
Thank you. And it was okay if the answer was no. I just wanted to understand. We've heard from other delegates, and I'm sure we'll hear from staff about the sunk costs that have gone into this project. And so reversing course could be financially challenging for the city. But I can appreciate, though, that if the horse has left the cart, that it might be difficult to engage now meaningfully with host nation. Thank you so much for your delegation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Chief, for your appearance today and your words. I think that was very helpful. I think it gave a perspective of where we are and how long this has been going on. I'm sure you're aware that I did amend the motion so that it would include the Algonquin Nation Secretariat. So I just wanted your comment on that.
No, well, thank you for that, because it is true representation of our nation as it stands today. So that's great. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. And thank you again.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Chief Robinson, for your delegation today. I was reading through, I had an inquiry earlier this year, and staff provided a response with an overview of the engagement with Indigenous communities through the official plan process from 2020 onwards. Council did have a motion back in 2021 that directed the mayor to meet with various Indigenous communities. And I know that there was in the memo that we received, communications were provided. I believe it was an invitation to a number of groups to participate in a discussion. And I'm not sure which Indigenous groups were part of that discussion, whether you participated in that. And I'm just trying to clarify what involvement you did have either with the city or even with the province when it came to the provincial consultation process.
So in terms of this, and I have seen a copy of the letter that you're referring to from Mayor Watson at the time. I have not been able to find a copy that was given to the Algonquin Nation Secretariat. The copy I found was given to ANTC. But the issue always stands with that is that from our perspective, we will not be at a table with the Algonquins of Ontario. And that has always been the position of the Algonquin Nation Secretariat. In that letter, it included the leadership from Kitigan-Zibi and Pikwakanagan as well, and the Algonquins of Ontario offering a table for all of us to be at. But our position has always been that we won't sit with the Algonquins of Ontario because we do not recognize them as a First Nation.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you very much, Grand Chief. I don't see any further questions for you. Thank you very much for your presentation today. We're going to move on to Mr. Sam Hirsch, who I believe is also online.
Hi, Chair, can you hear me?
I can. Sam, whenever you're ready, I'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Thanks so much. Just made it as well. I was in a meeting, so thanks for accommodating me. So good morning. I'm here in support of Councillor Kavanagh's motion to remove the Taywin lands from Ottawa's official plan. His motion is about restoring integrity to city planning and putting people and the public good ahead of developer influence. Over the last by-election in Osgood, I had countless conversations with residents in Osgood and across the city about Taywin. I went door knocking several times with Horizon Ottawa and many other volunteers on the ground down there. And what we heard was consistent, clear, and heartfelt. The majority of people didn't want this development. When he spoke to residents like longtime rural homeowners and even newer families who moved there for the peace and open space, they all said the same thing. This project makes no sense. People told us they worry that it will destroy the rural character of the area, bring traffic and sprawl, and stick taxpayers with the bill. One resident said, quote, "We can't afford to fix the roads we already have. Why are we building a new city out here?" Another told us they felt like decisions were being made for developers, not for us. And who can blame them? When some councillors around this very table today have taken significant amounts of money, either in the last election or in the previous election from Taggart, before some of these decisions were made, specifically when the initial decision was made to bring Taywin lands back into the urban boundary in 2021. This was and always has been a political decision, not a good planning one. In our Osgood Ward report from Horizon Ottawa, which we put together after that canvassing, these conversations came loud and clear. The opposition to Tailwind wasn't abstract. It was, based off personal experience and fact. People care deeply about how their communities grow, and they know when something doesn't add up. They saw this project for what it is, a costly, sprawling development that doesn't fit with the kind of city Ottawa residents want to build. And they're right. Again, as I said, Tailwind has always been more about politics and planning. City staff initially rejected the Tailwind lands because they were too far from transit, too disconnected from the existing city, and built on unstable Lita clay. They were only added later, as I said earlier, through an amendment at committee, without proper consultation and without Indigenous consultation, as we heard so powerfully earlier, and without being assessed under the city's own 5 big moves for smart, sustainable growth. From a financial standpoint, the case against Tailwind is overwhelming, and I don't have to necessarily relitigate this, but the city's, you all know this, that the city's infrastructure master plan estimates that simply providing water and wastewater services costs over close to $600 million. And that doesn't even include roads, transit, fire stations, or even more. Meanwhile, the city is facing huge deficit when it comes to existing infrastructure, and we're in a financial crisis, as the mayor, as many have pointed out. But we've raised taxes, cut services, and asked residents to do more with less. It makes no sense to take on new costs or development that is both unnecessary and unsustainable. Developers like to say Tailwind will pay for Tailwind, but there's no guarantee of that, and we won't know for decades. In the meantime, it's Ottawa residents who carry the risk, not the developers. We also obviously can't ignore the issue of reconciliation, again, that several Algonquin representatives spoke so powerfully to today. As this motion notes, the city failed to properly consult with the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation Tribal Council. Instead, it consulted with the AOO, which doesn't represent all Algonquin First Nations. And that has been talked about pretty in detail today. I've heard other councillors around this table today talk about housing and intensification. And yes, of course, Ottawa needs more housing urgently, but we need the right kind of housing, affordable, climate friendly, and located near jobs, schools, and transit. Tailwind is the opposite of that. It's sprawl disguised as a housing solution, sprawl that will increase emissions, make people more car dependent, and cost the city hundreds of millions that we don't have. Building more homes shouldn't mean paving over farmland or extending pipes and roads far beyond where we can afford to maintain them. This is the exact opposite type of development we need to build. Some councillors have said this motion also isn't appropriate because it's not in their ward, but this is a citywide issue. The cost of this project, both financial and environmental, will be paid by everyone in Ottawa for generations. Sprawl doesn't stop at ward boundaries. Its consequences ripple through our entire city budget, our climate targets, and our shared future. Ottawa already has more than enough greenfield land to meet housing needs, as this motion says, a 24-year supply when the province only requires 15. We can meet growth targets through infill, intensification, and smarter development within our existing boundaries. Again, Tailwind represents the opposite of that. In the end, this is about what kind of city we want to build. Do we want to build a city that prioritizes smart, transit-oriented, climate-friendly growth, or one that keeps giving away public resources to private developers at the edge of the city? The choice should be clear. Let's take Tailwind out of the official plan and put Ottawa back on a path that makes sense for residents for the environment and for a future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. I don't see any further questions for you, so thank you very much for your presentation today. We'll move on to Monica Brewer, who I believe is in the room. Good morning, Ms. Brewer. Whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
On the motion to halt the future proposed Tailwind community, I would like you to vote in favor of this motion. The motion of Councillor Kavanagh spells out the huge concerns that many councillors and citizens have about the possible final approval of the Tailwind community. There are 23 separate whereas statements in that motion. We should see most of these statements as huge, bright red flags that definitely justify an official plan amendment to delete these lands. There is so much risk in this project, in the millions of unknowns and possible expensive surprises. The promises of zero carbon, one planet living, 15-minute community, and the 7 Algonquin principles are beautiful ideals, but never done by these companies, and likely impossible to achieve in the chosen location of the lands of Tailwind. Tailwind will pay for Tailwind, they say. It has impressed many councillors that voted for this project. Actually, Tailwind developers will pay for some of the capital expenses that they can pass on to the home buyers. the operation, the maintenance, the replacement of pipes, the pavement, and provision of services will all be at taxpayers' expense. This might look like a gift, but it is not. All these services, so far away from the city proper, come at a big cost. My name is Monica Brewer, and I'm a resident of Carlsbad Springs, and with my family, we own 2 properties in the middle of the proposed development for over 50 years. I have huge concerns that are shared by many of my neighbors inside the proposed lands. In the last 3 or 4 years of planning by the Tewan team, I have attended all the possible meetings and have neighbors and friends that sit on the Tewan Advisory Committee. We are increasingly frustrated that the city and the developer cannot answer basic questions about how we, the few hundred people that live presently in the wetlands, will be impacted by having a city of 45,000 people placed all around our rural properties. At issue are our taxes, our rural zoning, our clean trickle system, city water supply system, our wells, impacts on transit, public transportation, the new roads, flooding risks and sump pump problems, septic systems, Leda clay construction issues and the setbacks around our properties, and the 15,000 more cars that are going to enter the 417 at Anderson. The vague answers to all these questions failed to give my neighbors and I any confidence that the process is transparent, inclusive, or well-planned. The same lack of reassurances are present in the bigger issues brought by Councillor Kavanaugh. There is now talk of a secondary plan coming to council soon. Does the city really understand the financial and many other risks that it's taking in approving the Tewan community? I think not. Please vote to halt this project. I would like to also speak to the environmental concerns. The proposed 445 acres of wetlands that make Tewan are surrounded by newly evaluated provincially protected wetlands to the east and by NCC beautiful Merblu lands to the west and north. Placing 15,000 homes and other heavy city buildings and roads on these wetlands, all cement and pavement, will take away the sponge effect that these lands have to protect the city of Ottawa from flooding. The water has to go somewhere, and studies often fail to predict where flooding goes. There's also no way that it will not impact the surrounding flora and fauna of the NCC and these sensitive provincially protected wetlands around Tewan. Inclusion of lands in the urban boundary was a starting point made with good intentions, but does not oblige the city to give final approval to this development. The fact that the city gave a conditional go-ahead for the Tewan lands in 2021 before the usual studies were completed was a risk that developers were well aware. Much more is now known of the risks to the finances of the city and the projected population and housing needs for Ottawa. The Tewan Community Project, however well-intended and superficially beautiful on paper, is the wrong decision for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brewer. Councillor Kavanaugh?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Monica, for coming out. It's interesting to hear from somebody who lives in the area and has been aware of this process for a long time. So do you see this as an economic problem for the rest of the city in terms of the cost of Tewan?
I do. I think that I was actually not aware that I cost $460 to the city more than I pay in taxes. This is something that came in the AMSON report. I think putting more houses out there is going to cost the city a tremendous amount. And like I said, so far the developer is friendly, is trying to talk to the community, but doesn't have any answers when we ask what the impact is going to be on the people that actually live in the area. So those 2 points. And I think that points to the fact that this is very early on. It's possible to stop this. There's no shovels on the ground. There's been some investment in studies, I realize that, but this is early on. It could be stopped, I feel.
Okay, thank you very much for coming out. I think you have another question.
Councillor Scully.
Sorry, I just wanted to thank you, Monica, for coming. I think what Monica raises are concerns that are real to residents. I'll be speaking to it later when I have questions for staff. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Menard. Sorry, Ms. Brewer. There is
Sorry,
Monica.
Sorry, Monica. We keep getting you back up here. So you mentioned you're part of the Carlsbad Springs community. Are you on, is the community association involved?
The community association does not want to come and they felt uncomfortable with a lot of the Indigenous and the reconciliation part. And so I come as a person that lives there and many of the neighbors that have the same feeling.
Okay.
But I do not represent the community association at this point.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions thank you for the intervention. Matthew Trottier is next. Not sure if Matthew's online. No. Okay. Going once, going twice. We'll move on to Cindy Rottenberg Walker. Good morning. Welcome to Planning and Housing Committee. You'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for having me. My name is Cindy Rottenberg Walker. I'm a consultant with Urban Strategies and the lead planner for the Taywin team. I'm here today to speak about the merits of Taywin from a planning perspective, a once-in-a-generation opportunity to shape how Ottawa grows, reconciles, and builds for its future. When Council made its decision to include the Taywin lands in the official plan in November of 2021, it gave our team the following mission statement. It's stated in the suburban transit policies of your official plan. It says that this official plan also introduces the new community of Taywin. This is Ottawa's opportunity to make a national statement about the design of new communities and establish a North American benchmark for community design based on the principles of the 5 big moves and premised on the aspiration to make this a fundamentally different suburban community than those the late 20th and early 21st centuries have shown. I'm here to say that we've taken this mission statement very seriously on behalf of our team. Taywin is the only expansion area capable of delivering fully on the city's 5 big moves, from sustainable mobility to climate resilience to housing diversity and affordability, all in one integrated plan. Taywin's vision is simple yet profound, a complete community rooted in the experience of the land where people and nature thrive together. These aren't abstract ideals, they're reflected in tangible planning outcomes. The comprehensive community design plan that our team submitted to city staff last week includes the following examples of leadership, amongst many, many more. 90% of homes in Taywin will be within a 5-minute walk of 5-minute transit and in a park. 90% of homes within a 10-minute walk of visible water, recognizing water as the source of all life. 99% of homes within a quick reach of the year-round cycling network. All schools located on the transit spine and immediately adjacent to the community-wide open space system. Mixed-use hubs that bring daily needs, services, and workplaces close to home. This is smart growth in practice. Compact, dense, connected, and climate-aligned. Taywin is being planned through the internationally recognized One Planet Living framework, one of the most rigorous sustainability systems in the world, and the same under which the ZB project that has been referenced earlier today was endorsed. This means that every decision from stormwater design to housing form to local food is evaluated through 10 sustainability lenses: zero carbon, zero waste, water stewardship, biodiversity, health, equity, and more. This isn't retrofitting the city of yesterday. This is building the resilient city of tomorrow, one that lives within the limits of our one shared planet. Taywin also represents reconciliation made real. It is the first time an Algonquin-led partnership has guided the planning of a major new community in Canada's capital. Its design draws directly from Algonquin teachings gathered through site visits and talking circles held with Algonquin elders and knowledge keepers, emphasizing healing, inclusiveness, and a renewed relationship with the land. Teywin isn't just a community for future residents. It can become a cultural and economic anchor for the Algonquin people within Ottawa, strengthening their presence and creating a living demonstration of partnership. And because it is being planned at scale, it can deliver coordinated infrastructure, shared services, and climate-positive outcomes far more efficiently than fragmented growth elsewhere in the city could. By reaffirming Teywin's place in the official plan, Council signals that Ottawa is ready to move forward with integrity, consistency, and respect for Indigenous-led city building at a truly impactful scale. Teywin is a statement of how Ottawa chooses to grow, with intention, in partnership, with design excellence, equity, and environmental integrity built in from the start. In closing, I would like to remind the members of committee that Teywin remains an essential growth area that is aligned with provincial housing priorities and is supported by a key Indigenous partner. It would be contrary to good planning in the greater public interest for Council to contemplate the retraction of the Teywin lands from the city's designated urban expansion areas. There is no factual or policy basis at either the municipal or provincial level for the current motion. Planning staff affirmed this in their departmental comment report in April. It is a very unfortunate circumstance that this motion is here again before the Planning Committee. And should it be endorsed, our client would have no alternative but to execute their legal rights to reinstate the Teywin lands through the Ontario Land Tribunal. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you very much. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. Taggart owns a lot of land in that area, not just the Teywin piece, but beyond that. Is it the intent of Taggart to expand on those lands in the future that have been speculated on?
That's not why I'm here to discuss today. Our planning process is very clear in terms of the urban land expansion study area that the city delimited in the official plan, and that's the work that the community design plan and secondary plan will deliver on.
So there's been no planning thus far to expand in other areas?
Not beyond the study area, no, sir.
On the study area itself, you folks have said that you're going to pay for,
Teywin pays for Teywin.
Teywin pays
Yes.
for Teywin is the common line. Does that include all the operating costs, the ongoing operating costs of all the roads, infrastructure?
So I'm an urban planner, not the economist on the team. As you can appreciate, we have a very large team of experts, as would all of the secondary plan areas. There is a financial plan, which is a requirement of council that will be submitted in support of the secondary plan when that secondary plan comes back to this committee and ultimately council. That financial plan will address precisely that question and describe the cost per door upfront and on an ongoing basis as a comparative to other areas.
Yeah, I've just heard that Teywin would pay for things like potentially transit, capital, and operating. Is that part of the plan?
So again, not my particular area of expertise, but what I can tell you is that this is a plan that is built around transit, unlike any I have ever seen, in that the nature of the study area is a long corridor. It means, as I stated, that every resident is within less than a 10-minute walk of frequent 5-minute transit service. So that is fare box support is one of the primary objectives of this plan.
It's easy to talk about these things. We hear about it all the time. We see our suburban colleagues say, look, we were promised transit here 20 years ago. We had all these homes built, no transit's there now. We hear our suburban colleagues talk a lot about the traffic congestion going in and out because these are more car-centric communities, even though they're promised one thing and delivered another. I am concerned about this area in that regard. The last question I have for you is thousands of trees were cut down in the dead of night, right nearby here on Taggart-owned lands. Is that land being farmed now, and is that land slated for potential expansion in the future?
Again, not my specific area of expertise, and I do want to be clear to echo the councillor that those lands were not within the study area that the secondary plan and community design plan and other work are being undertaken for. So I believe they're being farmed, but I can't be certain, and they are not part of the planning exercise we're undertaking today.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your delegation this morning. It's appreciated. I just have one question. The previous delegate mentioned that local community members have asked questions about how the future development could have impacts on them or the broader community. Can you speak to just the timing of when more detailed information will be made available?
Certainly I can, and I understand the last delegate's concerns. Change is complicated. The planning process is opaque. This is a significant area of change. The level of detail, as you all well know, as the Planning and Housing Committee, continues to evolve as we go through the various steps of the Planning Act process. So the work that our team is undertaking today is in support of the secondary plan, which after the official plan, of course, is at the highest level of detail. So specific answers to the kinds of questions that the delegate raised are difficult to provide at this point in time. But more will be answered as the project proceeds to zoning and ultimately to draft plan, and in some cases site plan approval, where all of those details around servicing and adjacencies become more known. So we have been as forthcoming as we can, and I did appreciate some of the last delegates' comments about efforts to be able to provide as much information as applicable at this stage of a long planning process.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you so much for being here today. I just had a couple questions for you. So you had mentioned that the motion had no planning rationale to remove these lands, but I'm sure you're aware that the motion to include these lands also did not include a planning rationale. It was done under the guise of reconciliation. As an urban planner, which is your expertise, does it concern you that these lands were selected above lands that were considered more viable and less costly to develop for Ottawa taxpayers?
I had made several deputations on behalf of the Taywin team in the preparation of the official plan. So I think that I've been on record for a long time that I find that the merits of this particular urban expansion area are very unique. The ability to plan comprehensively at scale, to be able to deliver on the commitments that will allow it to be certified under the One Planet Living framework, in my opinion, is actually quite exceptional. So I do not have concerns. I feel very strongly that this is a very excellent addition to the future of the City of Ottawa.
No, and I appreciate that, but it doesn't concern you that the motion that added these lands did not include those qualities that you say as a rationale to add to the official boundary and supersede other lands? Like, why wasn't that the rationale?
It doesn't. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry, no, I guess like if the planning principles are so strong, why wasn't that the rationale?
I think that planning is an art as much as it is a science, and there was a very clear evaluation system that was undertaken in order to identify lands for urban expansion. Again, that was the subject of my delegations to this committee over the process of preparing the official plan, to indicate that that evaluation system just simply did not make it possible to even consider the opportunity presented by Taywin. There had been a policy in the official plan at that time that specifically allowed for the consideration of enough lands being added to the city's urban boundary in order to create an opportunity such as Taywin. So I think my answer to your question is I feel very strongly that the evaluation, had it been slightly different, would have actually embraced an opportunity such as Taywin on planning merits as well as the considerations around reconciliation.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. Now, I have a lot of faith in our city staff who developed the official plan, and I commend them on the work that they did and the recommendations that they made. Perhaps if that had been the rationale for which these lands had been added, we wouldn't be here today. And so I think it's absolutely appropriate that Councillor Kavanagh's motion and that we consider non-planning rationale in there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your delegation. What is your reaction to some of the delegations that are very concerned about the Algonquins of Ontario? And we're hearing from Grand Chiefs who represent the Algonquin people who are concerned on Taywin and do not see it as reconciliation. And yet that was the premise that was used by for Taywin. So I just wanted to know your reaction to that.
With respect, I find that a difficult question and perhaps inappropriate for me to answer as a settler colonial person with history. And so I know that the delegations that follow me will address that question more specifically in terms of the role of the Algonquins of Ontario.
Do you have any concerns regarding the claims?
again, I think that's a very difficult thing for me to answer respectfully.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Cindy, those are the questions I see for you. Thank you very much for your delegation
Thank you,
today.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
And we'll move on to Jim Maness. Sir, welcome to Planning and Housing Committee meeting. It's a pleasure to have you here today. If you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Okay, thank you for having me. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. My name is Jim Maness. Just a little background on myself. I don't want to disclose whether I'm a federally recognized Indian or an AOO Indian. But today I'm here on behalf of the Algonquins of Ontario. It's 10 Algonquin communities working together toward a modern day treaty with Canada, Ontario. But before I speak about policy, I want to speak from the heart about why this matters so deeply. Bit background about my family. My father was born in 1927 in Golden Lake, now known as Pikwakanagan. Because of government policy at the time, he was not recognized as a, I'll quote, Indian. Under federal law, he lived on reserve under control of an Indian agent, but without rights of recognition, not even classed as a citizen of this country until 1960 when the Indians were given the right to vote. Yet, despite that denial, my father enlisted to fight for Canada in the Korean War. He went overseas as a Canadian soldier and came back home once again as an Indian. He came home to a country that still denied his citizenship and worth. Recognition of his service didn't come until decades later. He passed away sadly in 2011. My mother endured, my wife's mother endured a different injustice. At the age of 5 years old, she was taken from her family and sent to residential school. There, she was stripped of her name and given a number. She was known as number 12. She lived horrors no child should ever know. That trauma followed her for the rest of her life until her passing in 2018. She was known as number 12 for 13 years of her life. These are not distant stories. They're all the foundation of who we are and why we continue to fight to be seen, to be heard, and to have a rightful place on our own homeland. For generations, governments decided who we were and who we were not. But we've always known who we are. We have never needed a government registry to define us. It's not for others to decide who is Algonquin. Only the Algonquin people can do that. That's why the Taywin Initiative matters. It's more than a development, it's reconciliation in practice. It's our people, for the first time in the city's history, building a community on our own unceded territory, guided by an Algonquin values of stewardship, sustainability, and belonging. When people say it's a failure of consultation, they erase decades of work that have brought us here. The Algonquins of Ontario have been negotiating in good faith since 1991 to reach a treaty, a lawful, transparent process recognized by both the Ontario and federal governments. We have engaged in extensive consultations, not just with governments, but with other Algonquin communities and Indigenous organizations across the region. To dismiss that process, to suggest we were mistakenly consulted, is to repeat the old colonial story that we must forever justify our own existence. That's wrong and deeply hurtful. Taywin is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reverse Ottawa's colonial legacy, to make space for Algonquin voices in city building, to ensure that the next generation of Algonquin children grow up knowing they belong here, not as a footnote in the city's history, but as partners in its future. Reconciliation is not perfect, it's not a headline, and it's not a single motion at a council meeting. Reconciliation is action, creating housing, employment, education, and opportunity that includes Indigenous people. That's what Taywin represents. So today I ask you, as a son of a soldier who fought for this country that didn't recognize him, and as the husband of a wife whose mother was taken from her family, and as an Algonquin who still believes that in the power of reconciliation, please don't turn your back on this moment. allow reconciliation to move forward into reality. The Algonquin people must reclaim a rightful place in the capital that was built on our unceded territory. Miigwech.
Miigwech, a few questions for you. The first from Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for your delegation today and for sharing some of your family's history and story with the committee. And I'm, representing the Algonquins of Ontario, and I wanted to get a sense from you as a member of that group, what you've been hearing so far in this committee room has been a lot of, questioning the Algonquin of Ontario's legitimacy as part of this conversation. One of the delegates went so far as to say that they would not sit at a table with the Algonquins of Ontario. How does that make you feel?
Well, it's I guess a little disheartening. Because the federal government is who made the status Algonquin, status Indians. Like actually, I am status myself. The government knows me as 16300870001. I should just have that tattooed on my wrist. It's not right that the government decides who we are. It should be the Algonquins who decide who the Algonquins are. The Indian Act was made to do away with Indians. After the second generation cut off, then there's no more Indian people. Prime example now, my granddaughter was born of my daughter, who was classed as a O2 Algonquin, O2 Indian. She can't pass her status on unless she marries another Indian. So my granddaughter, you're damn right she's Algonquin. In the government's eyes, is she? No. But in Algonquin's eyes, I'm hoping the other Algonquins recognize her as Algonquin, because I still do. So I'm not sure if I answered your question adequately.
You very much did. I have a couple more for you. We've also heard about, the base or the constituency that makes up the Algonquins of Ontario. Well, actually, first of all, it's my understanding that I believe it's 16 negotiators total for the Algonquins of Ontario. It's my understanding that they are elected to represent their communities and to do this work on behalf of their communities. Is that an accurate reflection of how the organization functions? Those people are elected and you cast a ballot every 3 years, I believe, to select those individuals?
Yeah, they are elected. Currently they are working on getting, I guess, the next elections underway.
Okay.
So they're all elected in by their respective communities.
Okay, wonderful. So we've got elected representatives here doing this work. And then one of the other, and as a non-Indigenous person, I'll be careful about how I approach this subject, but I have heard a couple of delegates today talk about specifically how for lack of a better term, the base of people who make up the Algonquins of Ontario self-identify as Indigenous. But I just did some quick research here, and it does look like the Algonquins of Ontario have implemented what they call a proposed beneficiary criteria, and that was based on genealogy and all kinds of historical documentation that are submitted as part of the application to become part of that group. So is that your understanding of how the system works, that genealogical documentation and other historical documents are reviewed as part of the application process to become one of the people who can then vote for the negotiators that do work on your behalf? Is that your understanding of how the system works? And is that your experience? Did you submit documentation of any kind and go through a review process to become a voting member of the group?
Well, personally myself, I was just born from status parent, so I was automatically recognized. But you are correct by saying the other ones, they don't self-identify. They have a criteria that they do have to go through. That was revised a number of, well, not that many years, but maybe 4 or 5 years back. And there were some individuals that didn't meet the criteria. So they were removed from the Algonquin list. And yeah, you're right, like it is a rigorous process to be recognized as an Algonquin of Ontario. You don't just self-identify and you're in.
Okay. Well, I would not thank you very much for your delegation and for answering my questions, and I wish you a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Menard?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much for your delegation. It's nice to see you. I guess my question, it's a simple and straightforward one is, would you be open on the issue we're discussing today with more consultation, given what we're hearing today, of the 11 Algonquin First Nations, and 2 tribal councils that have come out and spoken about this? Surely there would not be an opposition to having more discussion and consultation on this subject.
Yeah, that would be like, I don't want to, I guess, influence one way or the other. That would have to be a decision made by the committee.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. But you wouldn't be opposed to it if the committee made that decision.
I'd be, I guess, powerless on the decision the committee made.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming up, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I don't see any further questions for you. Appreciate the intervention today. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity.
Which will bring us to Bob Kraftchuk. Good afternoon and welcome. Whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee. I'll just ask Vice Chair Gower to take over the chair for me for a moment.
Great shiba, everybody. Kagatawag na dinjakas, wishikshi na lodum, Nishnabi Algonquin and Indian Dow, Madwest Rini Nadujaba. I am 163-01-16401. I sit here today as a proud member of the Whitney area Algonquin community that's been here long before reserves were ever created. My family roots run deep in this land. My great-grandfather signed petitions fighting for our rights, our recognition for a place on our own homeland. My great-grandparents raised my dad on Hay Lake, a very remote place in the Algonquin territory, a place filled with stories, tradition, and struggles. My dad went through life with no education, not because he lacked the will to learn, but because of the barriers placed in front of him, barriers that tried to keep our people down. So when someone calls me a fake Indian, I think about everything my family endured. I think about my great-grandfather who fought to have us recognized, my father who survived without opportunity, and all the generations who refused to give up who they are. That's why I say my name and my status number with pride. And I'm not proud to have that number, but I say it with pride because that number is not just a registration. It's a reminder to me and everybody else of survival. It is proof that we are still here, still standing, still carrying forward the strength of those who came before us. And when I look at Taywin, I see a chance for something our families never had, a future built by us, for us. Taywin represents opportunity for our children to grow up, connect to the land and their culture, for our people to take part in building a community that reflects who we are. It's about creating something lasting, good, where our values, our history, and our hopes are woven into the foundation. That's why I support Taywin, because it's more than a development. It's a continuum of the story of my great-grandfather began when he signed those petitions. It is our turn to build, to lead, and to show why we're still here and we always will be here. Miigwech. But I just wanted to add just something here that's kind of out of script. For years, there was petitions signed to create a reserve in the area of my ancestors around the Whitney area, around in Sabine Township and Lawrence Nightingale, which is part of Algonquin Park now. The last petition that went into the government from the Indian agent had clearly stated, and it's clearly documented, that the Indian agent recommended to the government to give this land to the Indians because it was not fit for white habitation. So when I have someone stand there or sit there or however they want to do it and claim that I'm not a real Indian, that really irks me. Because we fought the hardest, we stayed out on the land, and we kept our identity. And the opportunities that we see before us are going to vanish again. Like, is this what we want? It's not what we want. I hope it's not what you want either. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from committee members? Okay, I'm seeing none. Thank you. Our next delegation is Wendy Jocko. Good morning, Wendy.
Good morning, Chair and members of Planning and Housing Committee. I address you today as an individual Algonquin citizen to share my perspective on the Taywin development. I want to emphasize that I speak for myself and not on behalf of any community or organization. I am deeply concerned by the recent motion brought forward by Councillor Teresa Kavanagh to remove the Taywin development from Ottawa's official plan. This motion, in my view, represents an unfortunate interference in a project that addresses critical needs for a growing city. Ottawa faces housing crisis. This we know. The Taywin development offers practical solutions, and we've heard it all before I sat down here. Creation of 15,000 new homes to meet provincial obligations. Infrastructure costs borne by the project itself, protecting public expenditure. A walkable, transit-ready urban community designed to evolve alongside public infrastructure investments, as well as fulfillment of Ottawa's strategic city building and growth objectives. Reversing the 2021 decision would set back housing development planning by 4 years and create pressure to find alternative lands elsewhere at significant cost to taxpayers and with no guarantee of better outcomes. Beyond its planning merits, Taywin represents something more significant: economic empowerment for Algonquin people. This project, created by the Algonquins of Ontario in partnership with the Taggart Group, is an Indigenous-led initiative on traditional Algonquin territory. As a descendant of Grand Chief Constant Penesse, who submitted 19 petitions to the Crown seeking recognition of Algonquin land rights in this very region, I see Taywin as a part of a longer story. What my ancestor fought for through formal petitions, we now have an opportunity to partially realize through partnership and economic participation. This development represents both practical solutions to Ottawa's housing challenges and meaningful steps towards reconciliation, benefiting all residents of this city. The displacement of Algonquin families from these territories is not ancient history. It echoes through generations. Taywin offers an opportunity for Algonquin people to reassert our presence and participate meaningfully in the economic development of our traditional lands. I am particularly concerned by the suggestion that a municipal council should determine which Indigenous voices are legitimate and which are not. This approach risks perpetuating colonial practices of dividing Indigenous peoples. It is important to note that Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982 protects the rights of all Indigenous peoples, regardless of status under the Indian Act. The Algonquins of Ontario represent people who have been systematically erased and excluded, their Section 35 rights ignored. The Supreme Court has confirmed that Indigenous rights exist because of historic occupation and traditional practices, not government classification. The rights we hold as Algonquin people are inherent, not granted by bureaucratic recognition. This motion has had the unfortunate effect of pitting Algonquin communities against each other, creating divisions where cooperation should prevail. The Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation Tribal Council has been invited to participate in this initiative on numerous occasions. I urge the committee to consider the broader implications of reversing its decision on Taywin. Such a reversal would potentially cost the city millions in legal expenses, set back housing development planning by 4 years, create pressure to find development lands for 15,000 new homes elsewhere, undermine Indigenous-led economic initiatives, and create an unpredictable environment for development and business investment. Most importantly, I ask the committee to consider what true reconciliation looks like. Is it paternalism that dictates which Indigenous voices are valid? Or is it supporting Indigenous-led economic initiatives that empower communities to determine their own futures? The Taywin development represents a rare convergence of practical city building needs and meaningful reconciliation. It addresses Ottawa's housing crisis while enabling Algonquin economic participation on traditional territory. I respectfully ask that you reject Councillor Kavanaugh's amended motion and reaffirm your commitment to the Taywin development. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions for you. Appreciate your intervention today. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Pamela O'Donnell.
Sorry.
Good morning. Whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Good morning. I understand that there is an aversion to revisiting past council decisions, but the motion discussed today is required because there is new information available. When Taywin was included in the official plan without all the usual studies and consultations being completed, residents were assured that all the required due process would be completed with the usual off-ramps as the project proceeded. In other words, including it in the plan was not implicating eventual approval. I'm sorry, there's a PowerPoint presentation here, but it's not up, but I'll just keep going.
The coordinator's just working on getting up on that screen. I apologize for the delay.
That's okay. So I wanted to talk a bit about the promises that were made versus the reality. And I think we need to reevaluate with the information we now have available. So reconciliation was a major consideration in the Taywin proposal, but the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation Tribal Council has made clear their opposition to Taywin. To claim this is reconciliation and then not listen to them is just plain wrong. I recognize this concern over picking sides, but allowing Taywin to proceed is picking a side in a way that is irreversible and sows discord. Environmental sustainability was promised, but answers to questions about carbon neutrality, the plan to adhere to the One Planet Living Standard, and water management are scarce. We were told that Taywin will pay for Taywin, but there are limits to what the developer will pay, leaving the city to cover some costs. How much is unclear. There is a need for affordable housing, but Taywin will not provide that. With the need for significant infrastructure investment, the cost of the houses will be high. Like other areas of this plan, there is little information on how the goal of a walkable 15-minute community will be achieved. For example, where will the jobs be? On the infrastructure issues, slide 3, other areas were deemed more suitable for urban expansion due to proximity to existing infrastructure. Building on Leda clay is inherently unstable with increased risk of landslides, sinkholes, flooding, and cracking foundations. it increases costs and risks. And when I've asked questions about transportation, where there are some pretty serious concerns, there's no answers to this. The developers' ideas that households will only have one car and buses will come every 5 minutes are not grounded in reality. We've hit 35,000 new residents. There will be a significant traffic problem at the 417 exit at Anderson Road, and the developers said they are not planning to address this because it is outside the Taywin boundary. So who will pay for road upgrades, or will we be dealing with impossible traffic jams? On the finances, we've heard from others today, so I won't say much, but it's unclear what additional infrastructure costs will be borne by the city, particularly when it comes to maintenance and operating costs. We are missing a cost-benefit analysis that clarifies what those costs would be versus the total revenue expected from development fees and property taxes. On the environment, I'm just speeding right along because a lot of people have talked to these issues. I'll just mention a couple of things. That's slide 5. It's a lot there. There's no question that this is an environmentally sensitive area with provincially significant wetlands and geological features that make development more challenging. I noted in one of the reports that they said sump pumps will be needed, but I wanted to highlight something that I didn't know about till I lived there, and that's iron ochre. It causes a sludge that clogs the pipes in sump pumps, and I had a foot of water in my basement last year because of this problem. So sump pumps are not necessarily a good solution. My biggest concern is the distinct lack of plans for the environmental elements of the proposal. There's no plan for renewable energy, no one planet living plan, no plan to replace trees removed, and insufficient plans to deal with the water concerns. After the developers have clear-cut 70 hectares, there is little trust that any of the sustainability promises will be realized. Overall, the development is inconsistent with city objectives on climate change. 2025 saw record-breaking heat in Ottawa, and we know that tree canopy cools a city, so we should be preserving what we have. And my last slide, I just have a map here because I hear people say, well, we built on Lita clay before. Well, that big red area to the right there, that's the area that we're talking about building in. So there's more Lita clay in this area than anywhere else in the city. And Ottawa has had buildings sink, construction delays, sinkholes, and landslides all related to Lita clay in its history. So I really do want us to pay attention to this issue. My final words are regarding community consultation. I have been to the so-called community consultations, which were informative, but far from meaningful consultations. I had many questions that the project developers could not answer, and I followed up as instructed at the information session with no response. The reality is that developers cannot answer some very basic questions on this project. If you don't have answers to the many questions, then the project has not proceeded to the point where the city can approve it, which also means it is not too late to stop it. And there have been enough concerns raised today to warrant that. I wish to thank Councillor Kavanaugh for drafting this motion, and thank you all for your time today.
Thank you very much. There is a question for you from Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yeah, thank you very much for your delegation today and for putting those slides together. So your basic argument is the economic one, that this is not a good deal for the city, and based on the facts you raised. Are you a resident in the area?
Yes, I live in Carlsbad Springs. I sit between the provincially significant wetlands and where the Taywin community will be.
Okay.
So my concerns are environmental, financial, and the infrastructure questions.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you raised the environmental concerns as well. And you've been asking the questions, but you haven't been getting fulsome answers?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. No, I appreciate that and appreciate you coming out today and giving your delegation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any further questions for you. I appreciate the intervention today. Greg McDougall?
Yeah. Are you able to hear me?
I think you have a presentation for us, which is going up on screen momentarily. When you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I will, I'll try to be pretty concise. I have been doing activism and independent media for about 25 years, with a large part of it being Indigenous solidarity. I hope to do this topic justice. There is a lot of injustice in the context of this whole situation, not just this specific development, but the larger context. And I've made some media about this. I've been involved with these kind of issues for a while, so I thought I had some things to share that were important To start off, we're in a capital city of a country that has been documented to have been and to be committing genocide through systematic policies. And I think that this issue is kind of touches on that. So my next slide is about the City of Ottawa Civic Cultural Protocol, which was approved in 2022 after 11 years of discussion and relationship building. I wrote this article on it. I interviewed 3 of the chiefs who've spoken today, 1 former chief and 2 of the other chiefs. The big thing is about relationship building and about this time that it takes to be on the same page. And yeah, I was surprised that it had been 11 years before the agreement was reached. So to put that in context, this kind of development that comes up quickly and is approved is a very short time frame to really deal with these issues. It's good that it's being reconsidered. To note about the protocol, the Algonquins of Ontario are not only not a party to the protocol, they aren't even mentioned in it. So it's a big elephant in the room in this civic cultural protocol, but to note also, it is limited to culture, so it doesn't address issues like business or land issues, which we're dealing with now. But it does provide a circle of elders and a non-voting seat on council for an Algonquin representative. So there is some way to get advice there if you're looking for it. Next slide is to do with the land claim issue. Overall, all across Canada, the government of Canada in land claim to extinguish Aboriginal title and rights. So this would be ceded and surrendered Algonquin territory if the whole nation did this. The people in the Algonquins of Ontario who are not status, whether or not they are a part of the Algonquin nation or Indigenous, anyone in there, if they are Indigenous, they aren't recognized by the government unless they engage in this process and unless they extinguish their own rights. They get those benefits only by doing this process. And also, I was very surprised to hear that the person who was selling this project to City Council in 2021 ended up, and she was saying the real Algonquins in the media, ended up being found to not be Indigenous at all. And rest in peace, Lynn. And also, the land claim gives the Algonquins of Ontario these lands that are government surplus, basically. They aren't the best lands, they're just the ones that the government doesn't need, and that's how this land came to be subject. So next slide, please. So this was 11 years ago and 13 days. We were in the same situation, speaking against the ZB development. I'm not sure it was even named ZB by that point, but there was over 100 people spoke against it. We were trying to protect the sacred site and the vision of the grandfather, William Commanda. The Kitigan ZB chief, after the committee meeting, before the city council meeting, asked the council to hold off on the vote. All of this was ignored. The same situation, Algonquins of Ontario partnered with the developers. All the other Algonquin First Nations were ignored. Their rights were violated. ZB is a blight on the city, in my opinion, because it's a reminder that colonialism wins over Indigenous rights. And William Commanda had a bridge named after him instead of actually having his vision realized for the sacred site. The heart attack at City Hall. Sorry, I won't get to that. Next slide, please. The last slide. So this has to do with what Professor Veldon Coburn mentioned too, about what the mayor said. I would put forth that it is good that we get the truth of the matter out here first, and that we can revisit things, and that even apologize if things are done wrong. I think it's important to note the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation is small. I think it's like 20,000 people or less. It's oppressed through colonialism and the genocide I mentioned, and has low resources. So the city it seems, is now going to choose whether they're going to be ready to fight for the inherent Aboriginal treaty and rights of the whole nation, or whether they're going to fight against. So it's up to you. I think you should reconsider this. The development.
Thank you very much, Mr. McDougall. I'm just searching to see if there are any questions for you, and I don't see any. Thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you.
Phil Pothen, I believe, is online.
Yes, good morning, councillors. My name is Phil Pothen. I'm the Laurier, the Ontario Environment Program Manager, and the Land Use and Land Development Program Manager for the national charity Environmental Defense. I'm here to speak in support of removing the Taywin lands from Ottawa's urban boundary and from its future development plans. Not just because Grand Chiefs Bradley and Robinson have told you that's the only respectful way to move forward, consistent with the duty to consult. They and their governments and Professor Coburn are the authorities on that question, and not just because of the direct environmental destruction that it would cause. Those points have been made very well by the previous speakers. But even more importantly, from your perspective within the mandate of this particular committee, because it will mean fewer, more expensive homes for Ottawa residents going forward and not more. Let me reiterate, the Taywin lands are not just unnecessary to meet housing need, but counterproductive to meeting Ottawa's housing needs. Environmental defense, and my team in particular, have set ourselves apart in viewing the housing shortage as an environmental justice problem, and taking it seriously and building and hiring in the form of people like me, expertise on housing construction and housing supply. And we've conducted and commissioned extensive research on the causes of the housing shortage. And we've identified the law reforms that are required to actually deliver more homes faster. And we advocate for those reforms in municipal councils all over Ontario, as well as at the provincial and federal levels. Most of you councillors will have already received reports like our own mid-rise manual documents on the package of reforms that we're recommending for Ottawa to increase housing supply. I estimate I spend more time advocating for the removal of legal and procedural barriers to housing and for dismantling spurious environmental objections to more housing than I do advocating directly against specific attacks on specific habitats or natural features. So my team advocates, for example, for slashing or removing development charges on denser housing within existing neighborhoods and built-up areas. We advocate removing arbitrary built form constraints like step backs and prohibitions on single egress buildings that burden new home construction. And we advocate for removing red tape, including the requirement for any rezoning application for mid-rise buildings on every major residential street or avenue. In Ottawa terms, that's the mixed use or residential portions of arterials and collectors. And we do this because our commissioned research shows that provincial and municipal laws and policies are the cause of Ontario's housing shortage. They prevented the market from adapting to our higher demand and constrained construction capacity, and now to lower consumer confidence by artificially inflating the cost of building infill, mid-rise, stick frame housing, and by encouraging and artificially subsidizing the least efficient ways to build housing, that is greenfield sprawl development that requires new infrastructure. And even when they're situated right next to existing neighborhoods, traditional low-density formats like single and semi-detached houses, where so much construction is wasted on individual garages and driveways and concrete footings and street surface and sidewalk, and conventional greenfield development sites where all of that roadway and sewer must be built from scratch, simply don't house enough people for each unit of labor and equipment time and material that they consume. And that's even more true in a case like this, where the proposed development site is so isolated from existing transit and infrastructure that it requires a massive initial outlay of public money or other monies and of construction capacity just to connect it to the rest of the city, and where it's so physically unsuited to develop. So let me make this clear. Every hour of labor and equipment directed to, and every unit of material this community would be diverting to construction within Taywin by refusing to approve this motion would mean that Ottawa houses fewer families, and that same construction would house more families if directed to infill housing within existing neighborhoods in Ottawa. And any dollar of public investment and every unit of labor squandered on this Taywin development would be better used and house more people if directed to fixing infrastructure within Ottawa's existing neighborhoods to support more growth. While construction capacity constraints have historically been a bit less severe in Ottawa than in the GTHA, it's clear from recent analysis that won't be true in future. Ottawa will be subject to the same pressures. So I want to say finally, approving this motion and rejecting this motion would be a huge disservice to the residents of Ottawa's existing neighborhoods. The truth is that your predecessors on Ottawa Council, and before that on councils like Orleans, where my mom's house is, and Goulburn Township, where my partner's childhood home is, got it wrong. They approved subdivisions with density so low and layouts so indirect that they don't support the essentials within walking distance. These neighborhoods need the families that this motion would see exiled to Taywin within them just to fix those problems, so that it doesn't take me 12 minutes to walk from my mom's house to a 35 Waterbridge bus stop that's a minute away as the crow flies. This is about making housing better, making life better for existing residents, as well as increasing housing output. Say no to Taywin, say yes to this motion. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. I have a quick question for the delegation. Thank you for presenting. At the time of the debates on the official plan, Ottawa City staff wrote in their report and stated unequivocally that expanding the urban boundary would not lead to more affordable housing. I suspect you agree with them. That assertion historically has not come to pass. That's question one. And question two is, on the Hemson report that was produced by city staff in 2021, which also showed the great costs to everybody else when expanding. Do you have any comment on how that might affect the Taywin development, but also the other areas where the city is potentially expanding? Because one of the things we're hearing is that with the removal of Taywin, you either do more greenfield development or you have a higher intensification rate, say a 60-40 rate or a 70-30 rate instead of a 51-49 rate, which we have right now in our plan. So I guess comments on those two issues would be helpful.
Yeah, thank you. So to answer your first question about affordability, no, approving Taywin or extending the settlement boundary more broadly, but especially to this site, will not improve affordability long term. It's likely to actually make it harder to improve affordability. And this is not premised on any of these sort of ideological arguments, which I won't get into, over whether we actually need more supply and whether it's financialization or whatever. Even strictly on a supply basis, if you believe that more supply and relative to demand is important to driving down housing prices, allowing Taywin, approving Taywin, extending this infrastructure to Taywin will mean less supply in overall terms in Ottawa long term, and therefore even in strictly those terms, even if your analysis is based exclusively on that, you're going to have less affordability long term, because all of that construction capacity that you'd be diverting to Taywin, all of that infrastructure investment that you would be squandering on Taywin would generate far more family homes if dedicated towards existing neighborhoods within Ottawa. And then I would agree with staff on the long-term operating cost analysis, and Hemson in particular. Sorry, could you repeat part two of that question, Councillor?
Well, I guess the assertion is that if you remove an area of greenfield development that's been approved by the city, it needs to be replaced somewhere else. Now,
so I would
debate about whether that's more greenfield land or more intensification, as we're seeing with the numbers now in our ADRs. We're seeing more urban intensification than we suspected at the time of approval of the OP, which is a good thing, though it's a different type of housing. So I ask you to just comment on that piece.
Yeah. So certainly there is vastly more potential for intensification, more need, frankly, for intensification within Ottawa's existing neighborhoods, in neighborhoods like Orleans, where I think Councillor Dudas, who has her hand up, comes from. In my mom's, that's what my mom, I think, is one of your constituents. Your neighborhood needs a lot more housing. It has vast capacity for net new homes. And I want to be clear, there's been a discussion. I know, Councillor, you mentioned, oh, it's a different type of housing. There is a fiction that infill housing is necessarily going to be small units. It's going to be not suitable for families. That is almost entirely, or pretty much, it is entirely an artifact of outdated zoning and land use planning rules that largely are within the control of the City of Ottawa. So in particular, on a per square foot basis, it should be much cheaper to build family-sized homes on what are currently low-rise residential streets, low car traffic streets, where you think of a kid being able to walk around and play on their own. You can deliver much more housing on at much lower cost at a square foot basis as a mid-rise stick frame construction building if you just allow it. And the reason why mid-rise is so expensive right now and leads to
Ms.
small
Coffin,
units.
sorry, we're
Yep.
we're getting fairly deep into the weeds here. Councillor Menard, has he answered your question with respect to do we need to add more greenfield land?
Yeah, for the most part, Chair. I was interested in that
You
last,
don't.
but I understand it's a bit academic, but it is.
Okay.
I'll pass it over to you to decide how you want to move here, but I
I'll
appreciate
move on to Councillor Dudas. Thank you.
Actually, that's perfect. And Phil, thank you. You actually kind of segued into my question, and I'm very honored to hear that your mom lives within my ward, and I'm proud to serve her. But I did have a question because we talk a lot about density and intensification in existing communities. The community that I serve is predominantly R1. It's single family homes, but there are big pockets of density. Any of the infill projects I'm currently seeing, any of them, there's not one that I can think of that is being built right now in my ward that isn't focused on seniors, singles, people getting into the home ownership. It's all incredibly necessary, but it does not serve the missing middle. It doesn't serve families like mine where I have 3 kids, or families that I know that are larger that are living down the street from me that have more kids or 2 kids and they want space and they have a yard. So my question to you is not, maybe it's aside from Taywin, but is there not room to have both? Is this not a city that we can not have options where a family that's growing, that doesn't want to live in a necessarily crammed space altogether, can have a yard and a white picket fence and can have access to amenities, but may also have to own a car and drive? Is that not an option in your mind?
Yeah, so it certainly is an option. And what I'm talking about is how to deliver that option. And that is by opening up those existing streets where, all of the lots are currently taken up. So, a street, take Sablewood Place, you have all these houses that back onto Sablewood Place right now, allowing some of those lots to be developed to front on to Sablewood Place on the other side with a mid-rise building that would have a back access to the same cul-de-sac as every other kid is, that would have private but shared outdoor space between the units on the lot. This is it's not a newfangled thing. This is how Europe is built. If you look at Paris, every home is 6-story buildings with good private space, ample sized units. But it's because you require things like extraordinary setbacks, like requiring on-site underground parking, restricting the built form of mid-rise buildings, that you end up driving up the per square foot construction cost so that the units ended up being too expensive on a square foot basis to build a 3-bedroom unit. That's your choice. As I've spoken, you've probably heard from Mike Moffat in the past here at council. We are,
Councillor, I
that
suggest-
item that we need these 3-bedroom units, but they can be delivered more easily, those large family units, as part of mid-rise or multiplex buildings than as detached homes. We just don't have capacity to build enough to keep up with demand for Ottawa. So you can choose not to have enough, or you can choose to build enough in different formats. Those are really the only two options going forward for Ottawa.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Phil. I know in the essence of time, we've got lots of folks waiting. I do appreciate your comments. I will pass it to my colleague. But thank you for that. I will say, though, that anytime I've had residents on any existing street in my community confronted with a project to densify the area, I've received a significant amount of concern and pushback.
Bring it around.
I'm just saying, it's not really for comment, but just that you're talking about a change that I don't know that our city needs to undertake necessarily in terms of social behavior change when we do have land and an opportunity to develop. But thank you, Phil, for being here, and say hi to your mom for me.
Thank you, Councillor Diaz. Councillor Tierney?
Thank you, Chair. Just looking, this isn't a courtroom, we're not paid by the word, so I'm just looking for a binary yes or no on this one. If these lands were to be removed, would you support the same amount of hectares being added outside the green belt in a different location? Yes or no, please, sir?
No.
Thank you. That was a no. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Prothman. I don't see any further questions for you. Appreciate your participation today. And we'll move on to Sharon Katz. And good morning, Sharon. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Good morning. My name is Sharon Katz, and I'm here to express my support for Councillor Kavanaugh's motion on Tailwind. Her motion sets out the reasons that the city's decision on Tailwind should be reversed. There are 3 aspects that I would like to focus on. 1, the land, 2, the location, and 3, the process leading up to the original approval. 1, the land. I've heard there are issues with the soil. Leda clay is not an optimum type of soil to build on, and it's close to wetlands. The people who live in the area already experience flooding. Climate change will undoubtedly make things worse, as will adding houses for an additional 35,000 people in the area. What I want to know is this: have city staff spoken to the Insurance Bureau of Canada about the situation? Is it possible that in 10 years or so, the homeowners won't be able to buy home insurance or will only be able to do so at exorbitant rates? Also, can we expect that remediation of flood damage will be a cost that City of Ottawa taxpayers will be burdened with? 2, the location. Because of its location away from most of the rest of the city, there will be enormous cost to Ottawa taxpayers to provide infrastructure and everything from schools to community centers to roads and transit. And this project comes at a time when City Council has decided to reduce development charges charged to developers, which means that more of that cost will be borne by existing taxpayers. Also, as pointed out in Councillor Kavanaugh's motion, this comes at a time that the city has acknowledged that it is in a financial crisis and is supposedly taking measures to deal with that crisis. 3, the initial approval process. As Councillor Kavanaugh's motion points out, the original decision to add the Tailwind lands to Ottawa's urban boundary was a decision made by Council via an amending motion at a committee meeting. City staff had not investigated or approved the site, and the procedure totally precluded any kind of public consultation process, including with the existing population in the area, who had chosen to live in a rural environment and will suddenly have 35,000 close neighbors if this proposal goes forward. The Tailwind project was sold to us as an act of reconciliation, but it turns out that the city hadn't even consulted with or got the consent of the right people, which in this case was the First Nations of the Algonquin-Anishinaabe National Tribal Council. In other words, it was essentially a case of misleading advertising. It was a wrong decision, and City Council should take this opportunity to set things right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharon. And sorry, I just need to get that screen back up. I don't see any further questions for you. We'll move on to the next delegation. Thank you very much for your participation today. And we'll move on to Frankie Cote. Good afternoon, Mr. Cote. Whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Frankie Cote. I'm from Kitigan, Zibi, and Anishinabeg. I was a council member with Kitigan, Zibi for 10 years, from 2014 to 2024. I am the son of a residential school survivor, which is why I'm wearing this shirt. And I'm here, I would have wanted to speak for myself, but I'm here to speak on behalf of somebody else. My mother is Claudette Commanda. I am the great-grandson of William Commanda. I'm sure you all know who Claudette Commanda is. She was mentioned earlier. So I was not prepared to say her words until this morning. She sent me her words, so I'm going to read it off my phone. So on behalf of my mom, Tewan Development was and is a fee simple title land deal guised as reconciliation. Such a shame to call this land theft reconciliation. Tewan is certainly not land back, not the First Nations people anyway. We believe in the true form of reconciliation is land back. Hence, Tewan is not land back. Therefore, it cannot be and is not reconciliation. The former and current mayor of Ottawa and city councillors, some city councillors, do not understand the spirit and intent of reconciliation. Reconciliation is nation to nation, as treaties are made between nations, not corporations and organizations. The city of Ottawa is not a nation. Taggart is not a nation. The Algonquins of Ontario is not a nation. It's an unincorporated organization who have subsidiary corporations. It is not a federally recognized, the AOO is not a federally recognized constitutionally protected Section 35 rights holder. The mayor and city councilors need a history lesson. Let's start with Section 9124 of the BNA Act. And then let's move on to Section 35 of the Constitution. History of the Algonquin Nation and our bona fide communities, the original history of Ottawa, the homeland of the Algonquin people. We are the historians of yesteryear and today and tomorrow. The mayor and city councillors and Ottawa residents, you need to learn and understand how and why the AOO was created by government. It is certainly not about our inherent rights, nor Aboriginal and treaty rights. Rather, quite the opposite. It was to genocide the land from the rightful owners, the Algonquin Nation. To the mayor's office and city council, shame on you for taking pride and continuing on with the Tewan reconciliation farce created by the former mayor and city councillors of the day. Taggart used AOO, and AOO used the mayor's office to purchase this particular land for development for the purpose of money gain, for the purpose of destroying the land and displacing the people. How much money did Taggart pay Ottawa? How much money did Taggart pay the AOO? How much money did Taggart pay the Algonquin Nation? Who benefits from Taggart and the AOO? Certainly not the Ottawa residents of that area, and certainly not the legitimate Algonquin Nation. I feel for the residents in that Tewan catchment. They do have serious concerns, rightfully so, as I have listened to their voices and I respect their concerns. Furthermore, no Algonquin people or community, including Pequawaganegan, will benefit in revenue/capital gain. Will Algonquin people leave their community to purchase fee simple title land? Do they have the resources to purchase a house, pay the taxes? Will Taggart and the City of Ottawa build houses for we, the Algonquin people, free of charge? Will it pay the property taxes? Will it waive the property taxes? Will Taggart and the City of Ottawa give a percentage of profits to each legitimate Algonquin community? Don't forget, there are 11 legitimate Algonquin communities that make up the nation. The Algonquin Nation is not against development. However, it must be done right and not call a fee simple land title deal reconciliation. People of Ottawa, the mayor's office, city councillors, you know me. Again, I speak on behalf of Claudette. I have always shown respect for Ottawa, for the people, and for the many community events for people of diverse backgrounds and ages. As an Algonquin woman, mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, I take pride in the city of Ottawa. I believe that together we can build a beautiful relationship fostered in peace, respect, kindness, wisdom. Together as a collective, Algonquin people, citizens of Ottawa, City Council, let's build reconciliation in the right way and with a good mind and respectful action. I said this to the former mayor, however, my words meant nothing at the time. Despite this disrespect, I still hold firm to let's build reconciliation in the right way and with a good mind and respectful action. The late legal scholar Patricia Montour would have called Tewan a colonial, and I quote, a colonial package wrapped in pretty red paper, then call it reconciliation. Tewan is nothing but a continuation of the Indian agent and missionary attitudes and behaviors. If the current Ottawa mayor and city councilors truly respect the Algonquin nation, whose unsurrendered land, as we heard at the opening of this meeting, the city of Ottawa is built on, truly honor the presence of Algonquin people, and truly believe in reconciliation, and in bringing a relationship with the Algonquin nation, then show good action by rethinking, undoing Tewan, then invite us to your table to discuss and move forward in a good way, the right way with the Algonquin and Anishinaabe nation. We are here, have been, and always will be here. Chimigwech, Claudette Commanda. Just to let you know, she did say I could answer any question on the statement as we see eye
And
to eye.
there are a number of hands up. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much for coming out today and on behalf of your mother, Claudette Commanda. Her words are very significant. And of course, she has the respect of council and on many issues. And we appreciate hearing from her on this. I take it that you agree with your mother, but it comes down to the 11 nations and who truly represents reconciliation with the Algonquins. So I don't know if you have any further comments on that.
So that's the big issue, is who truly represents the Algonquin nation, who makes up the Algonquin nation. As I said before I started, I was a council member in Kittigan-Zibi for 10 years. I've been part of this discussion. I was part of that discussion, sorry, for that entire time. Sat with Canada's negotiators, Ontario's negotiators on this specific file. When asked to those negotiators, where does the AO get a Section 35 rights? What makes them have any right, constitutional protected right? Never got an answer. Asked specifically what test was applied, because there's only 2 tests in this country for an Aboriginal right. That's Powley and Vanderpeet. Never got an answer. The answer we got was the government's decided to move on this, not on a legal requirement, not on a legal basis, but it was a policy decision. Policy does not trump law.
Thank you very much for coming out. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your delegation and for speaking on behalf of your mother. I know and I believe and I trust that City Council holds Claudette Commanda in pretty high regard. I wouldn't mind. There was a segment of Ms. Commanda's quote there. I wouldn't mind if you repeat it. Something about this is not reconciliation, but dressed up as reconciliation, wrapped in. Would you mind rereading that sentence, please?
Sure. It's the late legal scholar Patricia Montour would have called Tewan, in quote, she put in quote, a colonial package wrapped in pretty red paper, and then call it reconciliation.
Thank you. So I don't claim to be an expert on any of the matters that I'm not really in a position to debate here, but I wouldn't mind for clarity's sake. So that quote referenced Tewan as a colonial act. If the spirit of reconciliation that Tewan, we are told, was reportedly approved in, if reconciliation itself is a series of actions to redress and address our country's shameful and sad history of colonialization, would it be the opinion of either yourself or perhaps Claudette Commanda that Tewan itself is another and very significant act of colonialization?
I would agree with you on that portion. I mean, we've heard it today from previous speakers that they have rights. And again, who determines those rights? I agree to an extent that it is up to I agree 100% that it's up to the Algonquin Nation who gets these rights and who determines what reconciliation is. And that's the Algonquin Nation. It's not governments, it's not organizations like the AO. I mean, like there's threats that have been made. I mean, it was here a while ago that if Taywin is withdrawn, that there's going to be litigation. Let's not forget, Kitigan Zibi has a title claim on the city of Ottawa for Aboriginal title. The lands we're sitting on, where do you think Taywin sits? Within our traditional territory. So if there's going to be threats and litigation on this side and you're scared, the city of Ottawa is scared to spend money to go to court if they remove Taywin from the city planning, what do you think our redress is going to be? Because if true reconciliation does not take place, the only way we can force reconciliation to take place is through the courts. And we've seen court cases recently at the Cowichan, where private property, Aboriginal title was deemed to exist on private property. We've seen it in Saugeen, Sable Beach, which is now Saugeen Beach. So, I mean, all that to say, going towards your question about reconciliation with the AO, I would agree that it's continuing on in a colonial mindset. Let us determine, the Algonquin Nation. There's a reason why AO has not gone to the courts. They cannot get Section 35 rights. They have, at least they could go to courts and maybe try to get it, but they haven't done it.
Thank you for reminding council about the potential litigation that might come should this go forward. But I just wanted to read, I appreciate the perspective either of yourself or of Claudette Commanda. The potential irony here that what might be advanced as an act of reconciliation may be seen by some as a further act of colonialization. That's something that ironically can't be ignored here. But thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions for you, Mr. Cote. Thank you very much. And please pass on our and my best wishes to your mom.
Will do. Miigwech.
We'll move on to Xavier Auger, who will be followed by Daniel Thorpe, and that will be the end of the delegate list before we go into a 20-minute break.
Can you hear me?
We can, whenever you're ready. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee. Welcome.
Okay, 1 sec. I have a document here I made. All right, so this is my first time in a committee or doing a presentation here, so excuse me for being a bit nervous. Hello, I'm Xavier Auger. I'm from the town of Metcalfe, just outside the city center, urban core, and I'm here in support of Councillor Kavanagh's motion, and I am against the Tailwind developments. As a resident of Metcalfe, I can tell you what it's like living outside of the urban fabric of Ottawa, not just, here in Metcalfe, because it's so far out from the city, there's to say transit, like that's a massive overstatement. The bus only comes once a week, twice on Thursday, and that's it. There's sorry, someone's talking to me. The lack of transit, as someone who, like, I don't even own a car yet, and I only own a bike, and I work in the city, so whenever I have to make my commute there, work in Little Italy, I have to take my bike 45 minutes to the nearest transportation station, which I use the Line 2 train at Bowesville to make my way into the city, and in total, it takes 45 minutes to bike there, and that's quite a push. And it takes about 30 minutes to get into the city by train. Thank goodness where I work is right beside the train line. I'm quite committed, to bike wherever I need to go. I don't think the residents of Penwyn would be the same as dedicated to me. Not owning a car outside around these parts of Ottawa is very punishing, and people will choose the most convenient way to get around town. And in place where Penwyn is proposed will most likely be, a car. Everyone will be driving. It will cause bad air pollution, not just that, more congestion for nearby residents and towns. In developments like Penwyn, there's because of the low density housing, there's a lack of small businesses. I remember still now, just recently, there was this small business that opened at the corner of Bank and Victoria and 8th Line. But as far as back as I could remember, my mom told me it used to be a dollar store, but then as far as I can remember when I was a kid, that dollar store hasn't, that closed down when I was born, and nothing developed there ever since. There's a sign for a pub or a sports bar, but that never developed. And, because of the lack of areas for businesses to grow, because of small, low density towns like this, it's hard for communities to thrive and businesses to grow and, build a local economy for, dollars to circulate in the local economy. And, with all that aside, as a Metcalfe resident, I can tell you that's probably for the good, probably how Tenwin's going to turn out, and, just the Tenwin development in general is just a perfect example of terrible planning for a city. For one, the infrastructure costs, I remember hearing the news, it'll cost hundreds of millions since it's outside the city, that'll cost hundreds of millions for a new infrastructure to be made for the specific developments. And I don't understand why we can't just build up within our city limits instead of the constant urban sprawl. These hundreds of millions would be for a for-profit company, already developing on cheap land, and it'll be us, the taxpayers, that have to bail them out. There's the land they're surveyed on, the plan to build is very poor quality. Just I just find there are much better ways we could be solving the housing crisis we're facing here in Ottawa. Of course, that's no question here. We need more housing. I'd like to, of course, 21 years old, I'd love to move into the city. That's where all the jobs and culture is. But I wouldn't like to keep biking 45 minutes and then 30 minutes in the train to into the city every day. 3-hour commute is not ideal for me or anyone else in my situation. I find we need to make our cities much more affordable within our the city center, the urban core, and not have people coming in from outside, having from communities built outside to having everyone drive, and everybody wonders why they have
Xavier?
2-hour commutes or having to
Xavier, you're out of time. Do you have one or two more sentences?
yeah, 2 more sentences. Sorry, a bit of a ramble. 2 more sentences. I find a much better way to solve the housing crisis is to spend, the hundreds of millions of dollars we'd be subsidizing for Tenwin into public housing, like we see in Vienna, Austria, where 60% of the housing is public, is socialized housing. I feel like we can do that. I know we can do that here in Ottawa. We have the infrastructure and means to do it with Ottawa community housing to densify the city, and for mixed use housing, and to build medium density housing, the missing middle that a lot of cities in North America are lacking. And finally,
I'll have to cut it off there. Thank you very much for your presentation today. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you very much for your participation. And then our final speaker will be Daniel Thorpe, who I believe is online as well.
Yes, hello. Thank you. That's also my first time delegating at a committee for City Council today. So my name is Daniel Thorpe, and I'm a young person. I live in Ottawa. I go to the University of Ottawa, study there, and I've lived in Ottawa for the past 10 years. And I'm really concerned about the future of our city in general, with the way the financial situation of the city is going, just progressively worse and worse. And I know this is something that is shared across a lot of the cities in Ontario, but I think specifically the city of Ottawa, we have some unique challenges. And right now, I'm not confident in the direction that we're heading in, with the fact that the mayor's only solution seemingly is to just ask for more money from the province and more money from the federal government. But there isn't anything being done to rectify the financial kind of instability of the city itself. This seems to just be continuing on that trend. And as a young person, hopefully wanting to become a property owner in the city of Ottawa at some point in the future, it is really concerning. The fact that we are fronting so much in like development charges right now And then later on, we'll have to be continuing to pay for these developments such as Tewin. And like just currently, I just noticed like just back like last month, the city is already taking out $220 million in debentures, and it just continues to pile debt on top of debt, deficits on top of deficits, shortfalls on top of shortfalls. And we just seem to have no end to them. And it's just really concerning because even like Taiwan itself, the estimate is that the water and wastewater infrastructure is going to cost about $591 million, which is just a lot of money. And I was mentioned by a previous delegation, that's roughly like $100 per person. I mean, I know that like that's just a lot of money, and like that's going to be that's the upfront cost. But then there's beyond that, you also have to pay for all of these things to be maintained. I know that currently we're dealing with a lot of wastewater and water infrastructure that has to be renewed from, you know, like back 50 years ago. But essentially the stuff that we're doing now with Tewin is going to be my responsibility, the responsibility of the other people my age to pay for that to be maintained once that has come due for maintenance in 50 years. And we can't afford that. The city is not setting us up for success 40, 50 years away from now. With this kind of development, we're really making it more difficult. Even if you just look at a map and just like simply look at a map, you can see that the lines that are going to be like are being drawn for like the pipes are really long under the green belt. These are really long pipes, and those pipes will crack, they'll rust. You know, these will have to be maintained, and it's expensive infrastructure to maintain. It's not like it's close to an already existing serviceable area. The other thing I noticed was that when this was being decided on, as was mentioned by previous delegations, there were alternative options, and Tewin was chosen for reconciliation reasons. And I can't speak on that because I don't have that lived experience, but I understand that there is debate about whether that is still applicable. And I agree with the other delegates who are saying that it doesn't seem to be, but regardless, those reconciliation concerns aside, it seemed to be the case that Tewin was the worst of the options. And it's clear on a map as well that it's the furthest away from any serviceable, like existing service for water, for wastewater, for electricity. And that like there's a lot of other options, such as in Stittsville and Orleans, where there could be potential urban boundary expansions that would be much cheaper and much more maintainable. And there's also, of course, I agree with previous delegations saying we should have infill development. Infill development is way more sustainable, and it is far better use of our taxpayer money in Ottawa. So I don't think that, you know, Tewin will pay for itself. There's going to be a deficit, and the deficit is going to be in the upfront costs as well as in the costs year after year. And it's just going to create urban sprawl. It's going to create more car-centric infrastructure. Even if I don't live in the Tewin area, I'm still going to suffer from this as someone living closer to downtown, because the fact that there's more people living in the in the exurbs means that there's way more cars downtown, and then downtown becomes more clogged up with vehicles. There's traffic, and it's far more difficult to navigate around in downtown. So this does affect everyone in the city, regardless of whether they live in Taiwan itself or whether they live downtown. And I mean, no one wants to wait in a vehicle for 30, 40, 50 minutes to get down, to get from their house all the way to their job or their work, which is not going to be, there's not going to be any jobs out in the exurb. So there's going to be a lot of people that are waving vehicles, and that's obviously not good for the environment, but it's also not good for people's mental health and for their well-being and their physical health as well. And I just find it concerning that a lot of the narrative around this has also been that we don't have an option other than to expand the urban boundary. But I do think that there are other options that would allow urban boundary to be expanded in a more sustainable way, or for there to be infill development, and those are just as valid ways of approaching ensuring that we're meeting the 15-year planning provincial planning statement requirements, as well as mentioned earlier that we don't even need this extra land for this provincial planning statement requirements.
And on that note, that's your time. I appreciate the intervention today. I don't see any questions from councillors, so thank you very much for your participation at the meeting today. All right. That's the end of our speakers list. I am going to take 20 minutes. 20? Because it'll stretch into 25. You know it. What is 20 minutes from now? That's 12:40. Let's reconvene at 12:40. Has already gotten back on camera. We'll take 2 more minutes. Okay, I think we have a quorum now. I note that Councillor Lowe's camera is off. I think we were all hoping to see his new baby. Congratulations, Wilson.
He did make an appearance, but you were busy with your lunch.
Did I miss it? Oh. We'll have another shot, I'm sure. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're going to move into questions of staff now, but before we do, I did want to go to our city legal staff. We've heard a variety of perspectives on some of the legal implications, and I think it behooves us to have the perspective from the city's staff. There's been a lot of discussion, both during the original official plan process and more recently in the lead up to this debate about reconciliation considerations. I know that members are likely to have questions about the extent of our duty as a planning committee of council to consult with the host nation and the degree to which we can take reconciliation into consideration when we make a decision on today's motion. There are questions to the extent that we have a duty to consult about which groups are entitled to those consultations. May I ask staff, please, to address these questions, including how those are likely to be viewed by the Ontario Land Tribunal or other courts?
Morning, Chair and members of, or afternoon, Chair and members of committee. With respect to the question on the duty to consult, that constitutional duty, Chair, rests with the Crown, that is the federal Crown and the provincial Crown, and it's only the Crown that is bound by the duty to consult or the duty to accommodate. Municipalities do not have that constitutional duty to consult. That being said, the city has and will continue to engage with Indigenous communities, and specifically with respect to planning matters to which this committee has jurisdiction over. The city is required to engage with Indigenous communities and coordinate on land use planning matters as required by the provincial planning statement, which is issued under the authority of the Provincial Planning Act.
Thank you for that. I suspect members may have other questions on that one. If it's okay with the committee, Councillor Skalski is the councillor for the ward, and I'd like to give her the opportunity to pose her questions first.
Thank you, Chair. So I don't sit on this committee, and I will not have a vote on this motion today, but seeing as the Taywin development is in Ward 20, and I have some questions to ask staff. So bear with me, I have lots. I wasn't here during the original vote in 2021 either. So I have some questions for planning staff. Can you please explain why the city needs to have a certain amount of greenfield land supply and why council in 2021 decided to expand the city's urban boundary?
So Chair, through the development of the official plan, the new official plan, then in 2020, 2021, staff conducted a new growth projections that looked at growth from 2018 to 2046. And that growth has to be accommodated within the municipality. We typically do that within 3 areas, 2 main areas, the urban area and the rural area. Within the urban area, we have intensification or infill, and we also have suburban new subdivisions. So as part of looking at that those growth projections and how we can accommodate that growth, staff developed a growth management strategy that had looked at some scenarios pegged at the intensification rate. How much could the city realistically accommodate through intensification? And for a variety of reasons, not all growth can be accommodated through intensification, different markets, price points, different desires by consumers. And so that left a remainder of growth that could not be accommodated with already designated greenfield lands. So these would be lands that are added in past official plans. And so at that time, staff had recommended an expansion to the urban area to accommodate the remaining growth that could not be accommodated through intensification.
Thank you. What is our authority under the Planning Act in relation to considering urban boundary expansions?
So Chair, there are 2 avenues today to consider that. So City of Ottawa, the Council of City of Ottawa is a planning authority, and planning authorities can make decisions on official plan updates. So the new official plan in 2021 was considered an official plan update. And council has authority to adopt that official plan amendment or the official plan update to expand the urban area. And then that official plan would be approved by the Minister of Municipal Affairs. The other avenue, since October 2024, council has the ability to make decisions on official plan amendment applications for settlement area expansions. So that is otherwise known as urban expansion applications or village expansion applications. Council can make a decision on those applications. However, those decisions are also appealable to the Ontario Land Tribunal.
Okay, is there anything in this motion that is not relevant to council's authority under the Planning Act?
So Chair, staff's understanding of the motion is that the consideration or removal of Taywin would be to also find alternative lands for the same amount that would be taken out. And so staff's understanding that is still within the authority of council to make those decisions so that we have the same amount of lands to accommodate projected growth.
Okay, thank you. What are the city's consultation obligations when it comes to making changes to the official plan?
So Chair, I'll try and be succinct on this one. Generally, the requirements under the Planning Act include a circulation to technical agencies, and those are like conservation authorities, utility school boards. Hold an open house 7 days before a public meeting, hold that public meeting, and provide a notice required for the open house and public meeting. And that's usually provided through newspaper adverts. Written comments and oral submissions are considered, particularly at committee. And then staff had developed an official plan stakeholder engagement strategy that goes beyond the statutory requirements for consultation. Staff had put together that engagement strategy. That engagement strategy is about 18 pages, so I'll try and be brief. That engagement strategy looked at key areas for consultation, and that would be like the metropolitan area, the economy, housing and climate. We identified representatives from various external stakeholder groups, such as the business community, older adults, francophones. There were about 24 external groups of that sort of mindset, that high level, that were identified. There were 11 ambassador working groups, such as people living in poverty, racialized people, where in-depth conversations were held to engage underrepresented groups. There were 7 advisory groups, including an Aboriginal Working Committee, where information for each phase of the official plan review was circulated and their input was sought.
In the case of adding the Taywin development, were the city's own consultation obligations met, would you say?
Chair, it is staff's understanding that the city has met their obligations in terms of consulting on the inclusion of Taywin. The city provided communications to 9 Indigenous communities and groups. Council also directed staff inform Indigenous communities in February 2021, when the decision was made by council to add Taywin. Staff was directed to inform these Indigenous communities, which staff did. There's also direction from council to the mayor and senior staff to invite and meet with Indigenous chiefs. And we heard about that a little bit earlier from delegations this morning. And staff provided communications to communities throughout 2023 on the intent to develop Taywin.
Thank you. Okay, I have some questions for the city solicitor. Let's say that this motion passes. Staff say that it would be almost assuredly be appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Staff further say, and I'll just quote this, it would be necessary to retain external witnesses to provide opinion evidence in support of removing the Taywin lands. It's also likely that external legal services would be required to support the city's case. So with that in mind, I have a few questions for you. Are staff of the view that we would be unlikely to defend this case successfully without contracting external witnesses and legal services?
Chair, I think that question would be correct. Staff, mainly through the planning staff, have been implementing the decision of City Council from 2021, which was confirmed by the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing in November of 2022 to approve the official plan. And so in light of that work that's being ongoing by internal city staff, planning staff, et cetera, it would be essential to retain the external witnesses that would be required to respond to such a legal challenge.
Okay, so when cases are brought to the OLT in this manner, does the city tend to win at the OLT?
Chair, I'll certainly ask Mr. Mark to add anything to my comment, but generally speaking, when planning staff have provided an opinion which is not adopted by council, the chances of success are it's more difficult to succeed at the OLT because of those circumstances.
Okay. If future terms of council were to take the kind of approach advanced in this motion of re-litigating past decisions of council that they disagreed with, what would be the financial and legal risk to the city long-term?
Well, Chair, in this case, it would be the risk, the financial risk, and obviously the legal risks associated with a hearing at the Ontario Land Tribunal, as I indicated earlier. And it's unlikely that as I indicated in my previous response, that the city would be successful in that. So there would be an exposure to legal costs, et cetera. So I can't speak beyond that, but that's generally the trend that legal staff have provided previously, and I would anticipate that trend would continue.
Okay, so very unlikely to be successful in a challenge. I have some question for infrastructure staff. So who's that? There we go. So I'm of the view that the public is being deliberately misled when councillors frame the public investment in this project as estimated at close to $600 million for water and wastewater services. I always understood that Taywin Development was paying for its own infrastructure and that these costs would not be borne by taxpayers. So could you please explain how these estimates actually break down for real, please?
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. We've heard that $600 million amount, and that is for two services, for drinking water services and for wastewater services that total 386 and 205, sums us almost to 600. There is a portion that it will benefit the Taywin community, which will be included in a future area-specific development charge for Taywin's benefit. In the drinking water category, so the Taywin number under drinking water is about 155 million. The water system that's included in the infrastructure master plan also provides a benefit to the future growth in the South Urban community. And by this, it's some areas of Barrhaven, Leitrim, and Riverside South. And the benefit to them is $97 million. There is a small benefit because there will be some improvements as a result of this work, improvements to our existing system. So there is $11 million that will be paid by the city because it will benefit our existing ratepayers who use our current system. And then there's 123 million in the drinking water category. That is capacity for future development, what we call post-period capacity. The horizon year of the official plan is 2046. The pipe will be a little bit bigger because it would provide for those who could come later. It would be efficient design. The pipe will last longer than the 2046 horizon year. So 386 million in the drinking water system, 11 million would be a contribution from the city because of benefit to our existing water users. In the wastewater category, there's about 159 million that will be a development charge to Taywin, and there's 46 million in that post-period capacity for a total of 205. So out of my number's 591, there's 11 million that is a benefit to our existing rate users. The rest will be paid for by those who will benefit from that service.
Okay, thank you. That's great. So I always hear from residents that they want the city to build with growth in mind, meaning that you build to meet the infrastructure needs of the future, not just those of today. Nobody likes when we ignore the inevitable growth and have to rip up our own work a decade later. I'm sure we can all agree that that's frustrating for residents to experience. Yeah, when we have to rip it up to expand. So it's disruptive to a community and cost taxpayers more in the end. Is it fair then, from your response, to characterize the difference between what Taywin is paying for and the full estimate of water and sewer infrastructure as the amount needed to support future growth and make improvements to existing infrastructure in the south end? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And is it fair to say that these costs would ultimately be offset by development charges in the future?
Mr. Chair, that's the intent, that the benefit to the future development would come through its future development
charges. Okay, thank you. I have one other question for you, and it's regarding clay. So we know that many communities in Ottawa, both existing and proposed for future development, have marine clay. Is it fair to say that staff are confident that clay can be safely and affordably managed as part of a development at Taywin, just as it can be safely and affordably managed in other communities, or is this unique?
I'm going to start, Mr. Chair, and I'll ask Royce to supplement. The planning processes and the engineering processes that are underway now under our regular process include studies and investigations and assessments that include consideration of the soils that inform how this land can develop. So for example, the master surfacing study will take into consideration the soils, the environmental management plan likewise, and many more include a geotechnical component. And those all will be completed to inform the owner how best to prepare these lands for development. And then that will all be subject to the city's review in terms of our standards and guidelines and what our OP policies are.
Okay. Thanks. Do you want to go ahead?
Chair, the only thing I'd add is that the city also has engaged peer reviewers to review the geotechnical work, just to verify that with those design parameters, the soils will not be an issue for development in Taywin.
Okay, so the developers for Taywin held public consultations in January this year. Residents, especially those that are immediately impacted, asked several questions about the development's energy plan, their stormwater management plan, transportation plans, as well as more immediate questions about how their properties would be impacted, whether there would be buffer lands, protections for the organic orchard that's there, the opportunity to access the water line and replace the current trickle water system, whether they'll be able to access any new utilities and so on. These are questions that are top of mind for residents. We heard that again today. The answer that they received when they asked this is that we're not at that stage of planning yet. So that's kind of what I heard from you just a moments ago. This has contributed certainly to their anxiety and their lack of comfort with this development. Can you please explain where we are in the planning process and when residents should expect to learn about these aspects of the plan?
So Chair, we are currently developing the secondary plan for the Taywin community. And with that secondary plan, there's an accompanying high-level servicing plan. We're estimating completion of the secondary plan and the servicing plan by 2027. Just to give a bit of a picture, Taywin would be developed in 3 broad phases from north sort of the south. It just kind of makes sense that the northern part of Taywin starts, and then it'll, as Taywin builds, the construction will go further south. So we're looking at phase 1 would be sometime between now and 2031. That's when we review. So once the secondary plan is done, we will look at draft plans and subdivisions. Applications for draft plan and subdivision is really the time to start engaging with the existing residents and business owners on what the connection options will be. And there are a variety of scenarios, some that may front onto services, some they may require an extension. So depending on the nature of the location of an existing resident or business and where their services are, we'll have to look at those options. So right now, as part of the consultation with the existing residents and businesses within Taywin, the city is working on a roadmap over this fall to share with the local residents and businesses to give them a bit of an understanding of the timing, depending on where they are within the Taywin community and when we can expect to have conversations for service connections.
Okay, so is the
Councillor
city?
Spolsky, you have 33 seconds
Okay.
left.
Oh, I didn't realize I was timed. Okay. So is the city currently working on options to ensure existing residents will be able to access utilities and gain other benefits from this development?
So Chair, the options we are developing is how one would connect based on this scenario, and part of the communication with local residents and businesses would be which option is best for them to make those connections.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for answering all those questions. I appreciate it very much.
And of course, you're more than welcome to come back on the speakers list as people do a second round. I'm going to go to Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. So just for the interest of those councillors that were not here the first time around, I was hoping we could get a little bit of a history lesson when it came to the recommendations of staff, the original recommendations of staff and the expansion lands that were considered. Could you tell us about how those lands were selected? And could you tell us how those lands were selected?
So Chair, as part of the growth management strategy, I talked about previously, we identified with intensification rate, how much of that growth can be accommodated through intensification in the urban area. We looked at existing designated land supply, and we still needed more greenfield land to accommodate the remaining growth. So staff had recommended the addition of 1,281 hectares to the urban area to accommodate that growth. Not all of that. So when staff looked at the candidate lands accommodated at growth, due to other factors of suitability, we looked at lands in 3 different categories. Category 1 lands were lands that best met the PPS requirements, our 5 big moves, which is the goals and objectives of the official plan, to accommodate that growth. And that's really, for lack of a better term, the low-hanging fruit for lands that are adjacent to the urban area where service connections are best. And also including those lands that are closest to transit stations as well. Category 2 lands were those lands that did not meet all of the thresholds of either servicing, transit location, or meeting the 5 big moves, the goals of the official plan. And still, when we looked at Category 2 lands, we still had a bit of a shortfall. And so we had Category 3 lands. So if we took all the Category 1 lands, staff recommended those come in, we still did not have enough lands to make up the total 1281 hectares that were required. So staff recommended 3 options to joint committee. One was to what we call the distributed option, which to look at the Category 2 lands and really try to do more work to find if we can make any other, find any lands that would better meet the goals of the official plan and the PPS. To get to Category 3 lands were 3 options for a new community or new settlement area under the provincial then policy statement. And they're in different areas of the city. So the second recommendation or the other option for committee was to assess one of those 3 as a concentrated option. And the Taywin lands were part of a larger area of Category 3 in the southeast part of the city. And then the final option was to look at all 3 to see if there were parts of each of those 3 areas that could accommodate the remaining lands. So those were the recommendations before joint committee at the time.
Thank you. So yeah, I think it's fair to say that given that the official plan asked for a balanced approach or was voted on to offer a balanced approach to development, whether or not we have intensification versus greenfield happening is not really of substance here. We're going to see both. The question is what expansion lands would be the most appropriate for the purposes of the city of Ottawa. So how could you help me to understand then, when it comes to because we're starting to see time elapse as well, right? Is there different knowledge with respect to whether that be landslide risk on Leda Clay that we know now that perhaps we didn't know when these lands were first being assessed?
So Chair, back then, that was a staff recommendation were to do those detailed investigations. I think, for example, now looking at some of the on-site investigations in Taywin, we have more information now about the suitability of the Taywin lands for development. So a similar level of investigation would have to occur for the remaining Category 3 land that surrounded Taywin and or the other 2 Category 3 areas that staff recommended to look at.
So I do wonder about that, and I do wonder about the community's concerns. If we find that there is more slope instability in Taywin, what we could assume is likely less density to be recommended. Is that correct?
So as a hypothetical situation, that could be an outcome. However, the information we've found to date with our detailed investigation is that with certain design parameters, Taywin can accommodate the minimum densities that are recommended in the official plan, that are required in the official plan for the new community. In fact, we may be looking at even more density than what the official plan requires.
Okay. And with the design recommendations that you're putting forward, do those add any additional costs onto the units being built in order to preserve against that landslide risk or other associated soil risks?
So Chair, unfortunately, it's too early for planning staff to make a comment on the costs. If there are additional construction costs, that could be passed on to the homeowner, but it's difficult for staff at this time to make a determination or quantify how much extra cost may be required to accommodate those design parameters.
Okay, that's fair enough. Can I understand then that when you were first evaluating the potential expansion lands, one of the reasons why you wanted adjacent lands was to preserve housing affordability as best you could, to not, put additional development charges onto the new homeowners?
So indirectly, Chair, that's one of the goals of the PPS, to have efficient infrastructure. And efficient infrastructure, you have less sort of new pipes, new road connections, and that just speaks broadly to not as much infrastructure and capital costs required for new communities.
Okay, sorry, that was so indirectly, that is one of them. Fair enough. And then, so let's say we were to remove Taywin, and we were to put back some of the expansion lands that had already been assessed. Are we in a better place, given that you've done these assessments back in 2021, to better understand which ones could be put back in an accelerated rate, or would there still have to be further review and other lands considered under the circumstances?
So Chair, to be clear, staff recommended additional work and time to review those areas. That review did not happen. So we would need more time. So should Taywin come out, we would need additional time to review alternative lands within the city of Ottawa.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll get back on.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Lowe?
Thanks, Chair. What is if this motion were to pass today and Taywin gets removed from the OP, what's the timeline within which we have to find and then approve replacement lands? Is there a timeline?
So Chair, staff's understanding of the motion is that staff have to come back by Q1 2026 with those replacement lands. So staff would be working towards that target as best we could. Depending on what we find in a way, that may or may not be feasible.
Okay, so it's a self-imposed timeline. Like the province wouldn't say, the province wouldn't come in and say, okay, you have to come to us with an offset to removing this land now.
So Chair, there is no statutory requirement on timelines. Staff is just referring to the motion itself, where one of the recommendations is to bring forward an official plan amendment by Q1 2026. So staff is working within the timeline of the motion as presented.
Okay, understood. My other question then is, if this motion passes and we proceed with that, and we get urban expansion lands elsewhere in the city, and then the landowners here appeal, is there a scenario where we end up with two equally sized urban expansions in the city?
So Chair, if the councillor is speaking to a decision by the OLT, it's difficult for staff to comment on what the OLT may or may not decide. That could be a hypothetical situation. However, like, as indicated, that would be for the OLT to make that decision.
Yeah, and then that makes sense. Okay, so yeah, it's still a possibility, and
Sorry, Councillor Lowe, I'm just going to turn to Tim Mark.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, under the scenario advanced by the councillor, legal services would do their utmost to ensure that all matters came to the OLT at the same time in order that a decision was made that is consistent with the forecast as to the urban need. Can it be promised as an outcome? No, but we would seek to achieve that.
Okay. So that means there's still a possibility where we're left holding two urban expansions, if that's a possible timeline. Outcome.
Mr. Chair, there's a scenario which I think, again, we seek to avoid it, where an OPA has gone forward, identifying lands to be added to the urban area. And at the same time, or as that moves forward to the Ontario Land Tribunal, there's also a new official plan amendment under section 26 in front of the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, which was a result of the growth plan analysis upon which staff are engaged. And the minister could make a decision and the OLT could make a decision, and it could result in more land being added. But again, legal services would do their best in arranging the hearing. But again, the other side gets a choice or gets a say, would do their best to avoid that outcome.
Okay. All right, understood. Thanks. That's all for me, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Menard?
Thanks very much, Chair. I wanted to come back to the costs on water infrastructure and other potential costs. And I wanted to get some clarity because it sounded like the way it was put is that Taywin would be paying 580 million of the 591. I know that's not accurate. That's not what we're saying. So can you just clarify how much DC charges would be allocated to Taywin versus other areas or the city taking it on, whether it be post-period capacity or benefit to existing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on the calculations in the IMP, and I'm gonna add here, this is the trunk services only. This is not all the servicing cost. This is the trunk services only. The drinking water share for Taywin is 155 million. The wastewater share is 159, and I get 314 for that based on high-level planning, broad marker, route, etc. What was the second part of your question?
Just the other portions of that. So 314, that's what I recall from the discussions around the IMP.
Yep.
The other portions of those are either benefit to existing, a small amount at 11.
Yep.
Or potential post-period costs, I believe at 146, somewhere around there.
Yeah, it was 123 for drinking water and 46 for wastewater for a total of 169.
Excuse me, 169. Okay.
Yep.
That post-period cost, that's not yet allocated. We don't know who's going to be paying for that or where at this time.
Mr. Chair, that's true.
Okay. And the reason I say that is that if this area doesn't expand and that there's concern around wetlands and the further expansion, that piece that we've put into the IMP could be an outstanding cost paid for by other developments or the city itself. It's not clear yet how we're going to fund that piece and whether fully DCs will cover that or potentially city debt, which we would potentially take on. We didn't talk about the cost of what other costs are there? We talked about water and wastewater. What other costs are there?
In any new subdivision, Mr. Chair, there's the trunk costs. I'm going to speak about the infrastructure that I know first. There's the internal servicing of a community, so the smaller pipes that end up connecting to the houses. There's a stormwater management solution that will have costs shared amongst those who benefit. And in our development charges right now, you can see that we have recreation costs, we have library, we have paramedic, we have police, we have many charges, many services that the Development Charges Act permits us to provide the same level of service that our existing community enjoys for a growth area that's what a development charge does. It allows them to enjoy the same services.
All of those services, we didn't mention transit and roads. So safe to say we're well over $1 billion, perhaps much more, but safe to say we're over $1 billion. They had mentioned that I had mentioned operating costs in my comments and questions. I understand it. We're talking with an urban planner, but on the operating costs, who's projected to cover those?
Isabel Jasmine is on the line, Mr. Chair. I would ask her to talk about the operating budget. It's not my area.
Yeah, Chair, I'll just say I'm going through costs. I want to speak more about the potential legal challenges to the city, and then I'll go into the greenfield development piece after that. Those are the three areas of questioning I want to do.
So in terms of ongoing costs, those are supposed to be recovered from property taxes. and the property taxes that would be collected from the area. We are also, as part of the financial MOU with Taywin, looking at a transition period. So if there are operating maintenance costs in transit is one example, where we're getting up to full development and efficiencies, there could be a cost to Taywin for doing that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it sounds like there's going to be a lot of costs both heaped onto Taywin based on what they've been saying and city costs for operating. Are the DC costs here not going to be exceptionally high? Not an affordable DC rate, it doesn't sound like, given all the costs they're saying they're going to potentially pay for.
That's early to, as the number of units are still projected, right? It's the total cost divided by the units. It's still pretty early to do that when we haven't defined what the services are needed.
Right. My concern is there's not a lot of affordability in this. My bigger concern is around what we heard here today from people coming out and saying that they were not properly consulted, that 10 of the 11 First Nations, the Grand Chief, the 2 tribal councils were not properly consulted in this. What is staff's response to that?
So Chair, when council had made a decision in February 2021 to add Taywin, they provided direction to staff for consultation with Indigenous communities and also direction to the mayor to also provide that consultation. Senior staff have fulfilled the direction provided from council as part of the decision to add in Taywin. My understanding is the mayor's office at the time had also fulfilled its obligation to send out the consultation letters to those communities.
Send that letter out. I guess the question being, reason I ask it is, are staff open and willing to do more consultation given what we've heard today, the extreme concerns that have been communicated here from people like Claudia Commanda in the statement that was written out and the Grand Chief? Is staff open to more consultation at this stage, given the gravity of what was discussed here today?
Chair, if I may step in, staff are, as we go look forward on the Taywin's path towards completion, there are a number of opportunities for continued conversation with the general public as well as with Indigenous communities. As we move forward with the secondary plan and there is more additional details, there is certainly opportunities to engage more fully perhaps than was done in the past, if that's the direction from council. And that's something that we see as an opportunity to continue good relations with our communities and our host nations.
I appreciate that. So just to be really crystal clear, you would be willing to sit down with the 11 First Nations and the 2 tribal councils that were speaking with you today. You'd be willing to do that and have more dialogue about this development and the concerns that have been expressed today.
Chair, staff are always willing to sit down with our communities, Indigenous and otherwise, and certainly given the discussion that's happened here today, we are certainly open to being part of that discussion if they are likewise willing to participate.
Okay, and I've heard from them that they want to participate. They are concerned with how this process went, and that the participation piece, there was letters that weren't sent to the proper emails as well at the time, and that true engagement takes time, and it doesn't always go at the exact speed of council business. This is different, and it's important that we take that time. On the legal piece, do staff have any concerns whatsoever about the duty to consult and the potential legal ramifications of what we heard today? And I'll reference in the Cowichan Tribes case, the Supreme Court of British Columbia ruled that Aboriginal title exists even on fee simple land. And the city has acknowledged countless times that it is on unceded land of the Algonquin Nation. What kind of defense do we have if there is legal action in this case, given what we heard today and the risk that comes with that?
Well, Chair, as I indicated earlier, the duty to consult and accommodate rests with the provincial and federal crown. So in this case, I just note that, as I indicated earlier, that the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing approved the official plan in November 2022. So they would be presumably a party then as it relates to any issues regarding the duty to consult and any litigation related to that, and respectfully would not involve the city as a party to whether there's a duty to consult, because it's the position of that the municipalities do not have that obligation under the Constitution.
I guess we have documentation certainly around consulting with host nation. And I guess the concern or question that arises is we've seen in other municipalities where there has been successful litigation, City of Richmond, for example, where Algonquin Nation have come back and sued for land title in the land area. So I suppose, are you aware of other cases where this has occurred and the potential risk to the city? We've heard a lot about the risk to the city of going to the OLT and defending a decision that council might make. We have not heard. We've heard scant feedback on the legal side about the concern, which I think is a much greater concern in terms of financial exposure to the city when it comes to consulting 11 First Nations in the area when there were claims of reconciliation made to put this land in the first place. That's how it got in. So I assume there is some legal risk there for us, and that there is some exposure there given some of the history.
So Chair, I'll just perhaps preface this by saying the constitutional duty to consult and accommodate is gleaned from Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982. There's no mention of the word duty, no mention of the word consult, or no mention of the word accommodate in that section. It's been arrived at through decades of litigation and guidance provided by the courts. And the courts have confirmed that it is the Crown, federal and provincial, that are bound by this particular duty to accommodate and to consult, as it's recognized through the other doctrine of the honor of the Crown. There are cases that have specifically addressed the question of whether a municipality is bound by this duty to consult. And the case law that exists, or a handful of cases, have indicated squarely that that duty does not apply to a municipality. There's a case out of British Columbia that is often quoted in this area. It's the city of Salmon Arm. There's another case from the Ontario Superior Court involving the township of Haldeman, Norfolk, I believe it is, regarding that there is no duty owing to the municipality. And my colleague, Mr. Mark, just reminded me there's another case coming from 2015 in the Zibi context. I preface that there will be guidance from the courts. So to date, the courts that have commented on this have indicated that duty does not extend to the municipality. The constitutional duty, as it's referenced in under Section 35, lies with the federal and provincial crowns.
And I suppose it's a land title question, not just the duty to consult question. And I guess,
sorry, yeah, Councilor
and I'll
Bernard,
wrap up
you're
here
out of
because
time.
I'm at time,
Yeah.
but I'm glad to hear staff say that they are willing to sit down with 11 First Nations to speak about this development, and they've confirmed they will do that in the future. I think we need to emphasize that moving forward. I'll cede the floor back. I might have some other questions afterwards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to follow along the lines of my colleague, Councilor Menard. My questions really just do pertain to legal risk, because even as I understand it here, it feels like, at least myself as a council member, I'm trying to weigh the various considerations of potential legal action taken by either side of this issue, whether by Taggart and or the AOO or by the tribal councils, where at least with regards to what one delegate from the tribal council was the son of Claudette Commanda and a practicing lawyer, said in his delegation, and just confirming to me afterwards, that one potential action they could be taking is to claim back not only the land that Taggart sits on, but the entirety of the land on which the city of Ottawa sits on. So I don't take that lightly, particularly when I don't necessarily know where that ship could sail. And it's interesting to hear our legal staff provide their opinion on something. And in the gallery, I know there are lawyers that are shaking their head and smiling. And I always know that a contest between two legal opinions puts me in uncharted territory. So I want to ask first, with regards to Taggart AOO has said that if the motion were not to proceed, that this would certainly end up in before the Ontario Land Tribunal. And as I understand it, in Ontario, so questions for legal or for planning, but I think for legal, in Ontario, landowners do not automatically gain the concept known as development rights simply because land is contained within an urban boundary. Those development rights are contingent on several factors, those factors being servicing status. And we've already heard, we know that the land is not yet serviced. It's hundreds of millions of dollars away from being serviced. It's also contingent on planning approvals. And as I understand it, not only is the land not serviced, but we haven't issued any permits for this. We haven't had site plan approval. So one question I would like to ask to legal. So what is the relative risk of being sued by the landowner if no services have been added to the site, or no permits have been issued, or no structures have yet been built? Is the risk lower now than it would have been, or than it would be once the site has become serviced, or permits have been issued, or some construction has begun?
Mr. Chair, risk is never zero. I would concur with the council that it is low.
So the risk is low right now. Would the risk be increased if permits had been issued, site plan had been approved, the land had been serviced?
Then we'd be, Mr. Chair, then we'd be effectively into an expropriation case.
Of course.
And the risk would be significant.
And so as per Mr. Mark, the risk, the legal risk, at least from Taggart AO, the risk now is low, as per Mr. Mark. Another question to that. So I understand that there is precedent in these matters. If the city were to remove the Taywin lands from the urban boundary, Taggart could argue that this constitutes another concept, regulatory taking. A regulatory taking is an action by a government that diminishes the economic use of that land without physical appropriation. However, as I understand it, courts have upheld such actions if they are part of legitimate land use planning. And we've talked about, whether or not Taywin is legitimate land use planning, but also if the action taken by the government does not deprive the landowner of all viable use. And we heard from Taggart earlier that the lands adjacent to Taywin are being farmed. I'm sure the lands within Taywin could be farmed. So further to your question, Mr. Mark, would this be seen as a regulatory taking if the city were to pass the Kavanaugh motion and remove the land from the boundary?
Mr. Chair, this would be a planning decision with respect to the possibility of future land use in respect of a land. Again, risk is never zero. It would be my position that the risk is low.
Again, so thank you very much. Again, it feels like what you're saying is the risk of removing the land from the boundary is again low. So now over to the side of the tribal councils and what they have suggested. So in between delegates, I was out in the hallway and I was talking to a former councillor, won't say who, but people who were there during when the decision was made, and it was conveyed to me because I walked out there and said, sounds like we are in legal trouble either way. And that councillor was saying that no, not necessarily, because when council passed the motion to approve the lands, the motion whereby council made its decision was based, the action whereby council made its decision to add the lands was a planning decision. And the motion itself was not based on advancing reconciliation. So for those who were here, or for when we passed a motion, I wasn't there, but when a motion was passed to add Taywin, just so I understand clearly, was that decision rendered, did council approve that based on planning merits or planning merits plus honoring reconciliation?
Chair, I'm going to look for some support from my colleagues as I was not directly engaged in those discussions myself.
No. So the councillor made the motion, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but Councillor Tierney did put the motion to include Taywin at the time, but it's 4 years ago. I'm just not sure
You know what, I can find out from the motion later, because if to a certain degree, if what gets addressed in court is the action that the city of Ottawa took, the action in the form of a resolution, it may have been in the media and in the press and in, in how people felt about the action, that action was based on reconciliation. But I'm curious to find out from a legal ground what the motion was based on, and whether the motion was based on reconciliation. Because if the motion spoke at all to reconciliation, I can only imagine that anybody attacking that in court would say, I'm going to go after that right there.
So what I'm going to do is, you're out of your 5 minutes time for your first round here. I'll ask legal to sort of noodle whether or not they might be able to come back with a response in a bit.
Thank you. I wouldn't mind getting back on the floor
work
after.
through
Thank
it.
you, though.
Of course, yeah. Chair Brown. Hey, David.
Thank you very much, Chair Leeper. My first question, just so we can get confirmation again from staff, but when this matter first arose through the previous term of council, did we adhere to all relevant legislation as we work towards including these lands and ultimately submitting our official plan to the province for approval?
In my opinion, yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And since that time, staff have been working on moving the goal of increasing the number of homes built in Ottawa as quickly as possible. We just passed, a groundbreaking plan last week to ensure that we would be successful in building as many homes as quickly as possible. So my first question is, when this passed in the previous term of council, how many takeaways, how many action items were ultimately provided to staff to action?
Chair, staff don't have the exact number. I believe it was in the order of 60 to 70 different motions and directions were towards staff.
And I would assume that since that time, your team, Royce, and others in the planning department have been moving forward with finalizing all of the different plans, studies, and to fulfill our official plan?
Chair, that is correct. It's and some of the motions and directions are actually outside of the planning department as well. We've been moving forward with some of them, and others we've had to sort of balance our existing priorities.
But that work's not done yet, correct? There's still outstanding work that needs to be completed, so this council and councils following us will have more information as we move forward?
Chair, that is correct.
And I know we've heard some numbers and I've heard different numbers, so I'm looking for the best guess possible, but approximately how many units and how many people will ultimately be living in the Taywin lands, and how many units would be constructed full build out?
So Chair, that is one of the items that staff is working with the proponents to develop the projected population and the dwellings and the dwelling types that Taywin is planning. My understanding is that information is not yet available.
Okay. I'm going to assume it's in the order of tens of thousands, given the size of the proposed development. If the lands are removed, we've heard already that we'd have to identify other lands, or where would all this growth go? But am I correct in assuming that if these lands are removed, would there be enough capacity in addition to what we've already approved for the urban area, but would there be enough capacity for urban Ottawa to absorb all of this growth so we wouldn't expand further into the rural area?
So Chair, if I understand the motion correctly, the motion is passed. Staff would have to find alternative lands to the amount that Taywin makes up. There would be a setback of a number of years because the secondary plan process for those new lands has not yet commenced, whereas the secondary plan process has commenced for Taywin.
Thank you for that. And we've all seen how quickly the province moves and how willing they are to amend the Planning Act to ensure that municipalities meet the provincial target for the number of homes built. So I would assume that the province would not look kindly on this, but that would be a risk we would take. We've heard on both sides Someone's going to take us to court whether we proceed or whether we remove these lands. So I think that's a foregone conclusion and best left to our legal experts to help this city navigate. The concerns I have are along the lines of relitigating past council decisions. I wasn't on council the last term. I can't necessarily say that I would have supported including these lands, but that decision has been made. What's happening today is more about politics, and I don't have time for that kind of politic. I think we need to move forward. We've heard staff very clearly that they are willing to sit down and listen to everyone. Moving forward today so staff can complete all of the different work that the previous council instructed them to do, we lose no time. We lose no time if we carry on, but we do introduce a significant amount of indecision and uncertainty if we start picking these lands here and there and pulling them out. The other concern I have, of course, is the amount of expansion into rural Ottawa. No one wants to see it. I'm the last person who would say let's expand, which is why I asked the question. If all of the growth that is currently targeted for Taywin could be accommodated in the urban area, I think that would be the most appropriate. Unfortunately, there are consequences to moving forward. There are consequences to not moving forward, but we can't continue to relitigate past decisions of council. We must move forward. We have housing targets that we have to meet. This is an important piece to meeting those targets. So I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Chair, to speak today. I appreciate the opportunity to attend my first planning committee and certainly interested in hearing the rest of the discussion. Thank you.
You're welcome anytime. Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair Gower?
Thanks, Chair. I think, one question, maybe two, a bit of a wrap up and a possible direction. The first question is just, I want to hear clearly from staff. You're being asked through this motion to come back in the first quarter of next year. Have you thought about what work may need to be set aside? Are there other projects that council's directed you to do that would have to be set aside or delayed?
So Chair, as Mr. Mark had indicated earlier, on June 18th, the city initiated a growth projections update to look at the Ministry of Finance population projections and translate those population projections into housing and employment projections to 2051. We would come back to committee, joint committee in January 2026, and then develop a new growth management strategy by March 2026. The development of the growth management strategy would have to be delayed until a decision is rendered on the official plan amendment relating to Taywin, so we know what designated lands we are starting from in order to make a recommendation on how many additional expansion lands we may need.
And when we approved the official plan in 2021, it did have to go to a minister for approval. That took a year. What, if any, provincial approval would be required for if we were to change our urban boundary again?
So in terms of the staff's understanding, this motion would be a separate official plan amendment. That is a decision of council that's appealable to the Ontario Land Tribunal. With respect to the growth projections update official plan amendment, that's a section 26 under the Planning Act that Mr. Mark had referenced. That official plan amendment would be adopted by council, but would be approved by the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. We saw in the last official plan it took the minister approximately a year to approve that official plan. No indication on if the minister would take that long for that official plan amendment. But it would be several months, perhaps a half year or more, is staff's estimation of how long it would take the minister to approve that official plan update.
Okay, thanks. The colleague was asking earlier about some context around the original motion that came to committee. I believe it was in 2021. I was on that committee. I was part of council. I was on the sponsors working group. There have been a couple insinuations that staff saw this as reconciliation. Staff, as far as I remember, were agnostic. They were taking direction from council. There was a motion that referenced reconciliation in the whereases, although the therefore be it resolves themselves didn't speak directly to that. But, you know, there's motions and there's discussion. There was a lot of discussion about reconciliation around that. Why did I vote for Taywin at the time? Probably similar to some colleagues, different than others. I saw the Taywin discussion as part of a broader official plan discussion over 3 years of the last council. That was the bulk of our work last council, was the official plan. And it was a series of trade-offs. There were formal debates at committee. There were discussions at committee. There were discussions behind the scenes. There was lobbying. There was politics, all part of a normal official plan process. And there was significant disagreement over the intensification versus expansion. What is the right balance there? And then where to expand. We decided on a number of hectares, but where those hectares should be was very unclear and subject to a ton of debate. Hours and hours of meetings in public, hours and hours of meetings behind the scenes. There was no perfect choice. I think what I saw in Taywin was an opportunity, a compelling land development story, something different than what we were seeing in the suburbs currently. And it was informed by Indigenous values and Indigenous approaches to planning and to a collaboration and to community design. To me, that was compelling. It was not without risk, and I think council and committee at the time approved a number of mitigations. We've been saying Taywin pays for Taywin, so that's intended to protect the city financially. Any expansion, any option carried significant costs to the city to do that. Intensification does as well. So it's a complicated decision, and I think I've said during this term of council, we probably won't know if Taywin was the right decision for many, many years to come. But I do think we have gone down that route. We've done a significant amount of planning, both on Taywin itself and on all of the infrastructure master plans, transportation master plans. Earlier, someone said the risk to removing the land will remain low. I strongly disagree with that. Whether you're talking about legal risk, financial risk, or risk of meeting some of our housing goals. Just last week, we said we wanted to be the most housing friendly city, and we wanted to be more efficient, and we wanted to reduce cost. And to me, this motion takes us in exactly the opposite direction. And I also think there has been a significant amount of consultation with many, many stakeholders, although I do appreciate that there are groups who feel they haven't been involved enough. I was happy to hear Mr. Moody state that they're willing to work. I just want to offer direction to give some specificity to that. And it's pretty simple, that staff be directed to continue to consult with Indigenous partners and the public on Taywin, including any Indigenous group that was represented here today. Would staff accept that as a direction? Yes, Chair. Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair, Councillor Kavanaugh.
I was going to be at the end for wrap up. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor Bradley.
Thank you very much, Chair. I really appreciate the dialogue that we've had around this table today, and I think most of my colleagues have covered off some of the planning related concerns that I have and share with the Taywin development. So I'm going to focus on our relationship with Host Nation as part of my comments, and I think that's appropriate given that my role on council, I've been assigned as the liaison for the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation Civic Cultural and Protocol Implementation Plan. So I have worked closely with many of the Host Nation leaders in the room today. So I want to start just by expressing my gratitude to the members of the Host Nation who are here to share their voices and gave perspective on this very important issue. Your words carry deep meaning, and I, for one, recognize the emotional and cultural weight of what's being discussed here today. I've been privileged to have discussions with many members of Host Nation over the last few months and years, and I feel honored to learn from you not only through those meaningful discussions, but also through the consultative circle. And I have much more to learn. Your teachings, your honesty, and your guidance have had a real impact on how I approach this work and how I carry out my responsibilities within this space. And it's more important now than ever to truly understand what respectful and meaningful engagement looks like. As many of you know, over the past several months, I facilitated meetings with my council colleagues to discuss the host nation's concerns with Taywin. I thought it was important that my colleagues heard firsthand from a voice that was missing, I think, at the time that Taywin was introduced into our official plan. I truly hope that those discussions had impact on those who were in the room, as they certainly did on me. I appreciate that my colleague, Councillor Gower, has put forward a direction to staff that we continue to consult with all stakeholders, including host nations communities, but I'm not sure that that's strong enough. I'm not a member of this committee, but my colleague, Councillor Johnson, had agreed to put forward a motion that I hope can be considered a compromise on my behalf. So I'll read it in now. So be it resolved that Planning and Housing Committee recommend to Council that 1, the consideration of recommendations 1 to 5 of the motion by Councillor Kavanagh be deferred pending the report below. 2, that the city consult with the 11 Algonquin First Nations and their 2 tribal councils and report back to committee and council on the outcome of that consultation by no later than Q2 2026. So this motion doesn't stop the work on Taywin from progressing in the meantime. So there is no delay here. That work would still be allowed to continue, but it would specifically set out a more comprehensive consultation with our 11 First Nation communities and tribal council in the hopes that their voices can be meaningfully heard as part of this project. In my role as liaison to the consultative circle, I have to say that I've learned that this work, while it might be for us at council, is not just about policy and process, it's about relationships, trust, and humility. So I hope my colleagues could see this as an acceptable compromise where we would not make a decision today on whether or not to remove Taywin from the urban boundary, but we would defer that decision until such time as the 11 First Nation communities and 2 tribal councils are meaningfully consulted. It gives us another opportunity to get this right, and that we ensure that the voices of our First Nation communities are heard and respected on this unceded and never surrendered territory. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Tierney.
Great. I see the board here. I'm going to just ask some questions and then go back, and then I'll do my wrap up in a second component, if that's okay, Chair. So just to be uber clear, I think Councillor Gower pointed out the fact in the resolution for councillors that are still learning, the whereases mean literally but yes, they're nothing. But they're certainly indicators of why we're thinking this might be an opportunity. So knowing, is it fair to say there's nothing in the therefore it be resolved clauses in regards to reconciliation, is there? And I'm looking at council, the real councillors.
That's correct, Chair. And also I'll just clarify, it's not uncommon for a purpose or rationale to also be set out in the therefore it be resolved or the active clauses of a motion.
Great. I just want to make sure that's removed from the table. And then, of course, the other question I think we have is related to, we've heard it a few times. I kind of regret back in the day not actually getting more hectares of land because it was a collective process where we wanted to intensify. And I think we've heard many people say that today. I'll save my wrap up. It'll be fun. Be prepared. But knowing that we're already having massive troubles achieving our targets now, say hypothetically, and the biggest impacted areas are Teresa's, mine, Councillor Carr's, Lane Johnson's, quite a few. Oh, and Jessica, thank you. Sorry. We're directly impacted with zoning now having to increase massively in certain areas. We're getting hit very hard by our residents. What would this do if we took out, how many hectares are we talking here? Over 400. If we took this out and now we had to double intensify, for lack of a better word, what would that look like?
So, Chair, the intensification is about opportunities provided through the official plan and the zoning bylaw. There are more than enough opportunities and permissions in the official plan and the new zoning bylaw that we're looking at. The staff concern when we were discussing with joint committee on the intensification rate was the uptake, the construction, and all the variables that have to line up to provide those type of ground-oriented units through intensification.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think we've heard from the province too. They've been very clear. They're concerned about the stats and the projections that we're using as a municipality. I think we have a bigger train running at us right now. We're not intensifying quick enough based on our current rules. I'm concerned about the kick the can motion that is out here. I think we're not building quick enough. As a matter of fact, when it comes to Lansdowne, I'm not finished with third tower. I think we need more intensification. I am legitimately the person that actually walks the walk and talks the talk. I have applications coming in. How many times do I come to you guys saying, why is this not advancing quick enough? And even against some of my constituents, I actually vote the way that we've supported and decided to go. So I'll come back on the board, but I certainly won't do the kick the can motion. That's ridiculous. But I do have a couple more thoughts in my head, but I'll save that for the wrap up, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tierney. Just taking a look here. So Councillor Skalski.
Sorry, my comments are also part of a wrap up. Is that for later? Will there be a second opportunity to speak?
You know what? Why don't I go first to Councillor Menard, then Councillor Devine, which is the order they spoke once each for the first time, and then we're going to come back to you, Councillor Skalsi, and then we're going to come back to Councillor Kavanaugh, unless we get some other folks jumping on the board in the meantime.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just to staff on the Councillor Bradley and Johnson motion, can staff implement what's in that amendment?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. It's an entirely reasonable step. I will just say as well, Chair, that the way that this decision was made back in 2020, 2021, it was not how it's been described here. It wasn't 3 years of debate and back and forth and consultation. That's not what happened. This motion came at the 11th hour on the floor of the committee by Councillor Tierney, backed by Mayor Watson, to add these lands after the delegations had already spoke. And I hear a lot about fiscal conservatives around here. Well, fiscal conservatives are adding a huge amount of debt to the city by going forward with this, and operations costs for umpteen years. We're okay with it when they cut down trees. We're okay with it when we're spending money for developers. But hey, when it comes to the budget, don't raise it by $10, $10,000 for bathrooms or whatever else. We always fight back on those things. But for this, hey, it's okay. But what you did here, what council did at the time, was wrong. And we're hearing the consequences of your actions. We're hearing it today. What you did and how you did it was incorrect and wrong. And there needs to be accountability for that. And today, this is part of that accountability. I have no doubt you're going to vote down all of these motions. No doubt about it. That's the way this council goes. It's been this way for a long time. Making horrible decisions, saying one thing out of one side of your mouth and another out of the other. Saying, hey, we got to keep taxes low, but we're going to expand the urban boundary. We got to keep taxes low, but we're going to widen more roads. We got to keep taxes low, but we're going to invest in things like Lansdowne. And where do we end up? We end up in an awful place with developers who benefit, with First Nations communities who are vividly upset by this, and with teams that are not willing to go back and look at the errors of our ways. And now here we are, again, this council making another ridiculous decision to not go back and look at what you did, which was wrong. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of sitting around this table and having these decisions made over and over and over again. So I hope that reasonableness can win the day here, but unfortunately, I don't see a lot of reasonableness from this council, and I see a lot of talking out of both sides of our mouth. So, I really hope we get to a better result on this, but concerned with the comments I've heard today and the changing of the facts that have occurred here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Devine, Councillor Tierney, did you want to jump in before I go to Councillor Skalski and then Councillor Kavanaugh? Councillor Devine's next.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. So I do have, I suppose, another question for legal, especially now in light of the Bradley motion via Councillor Johnson. But to somewhat echo what my colleague Councillor Menard just said about, and I've heard several of my colleagues say, they do not wish to revisit past decisions, and I can understand that to a degree, but you know, as a grown adult who has made many mistakes in my life, I think often wisdom comes from revisiting and rethinking your past decisions and choosing to go in a different course. Not everything is set in stone. But my question to legal, so going back to what I was referring to earlier, where we may potentially be in a situation where tribal councils could bring legal action. So just how would we be managing the risk of processes beyond our control, like comprehensive land claim negotiations or lawsuits involving the Crown?
Chair, with respect to the land claim process, that is a matter that is a matter of the federal Crown and the provincial Crown as it relates to the applicable Indigenous community or peoples. And so while the municipality may have a role in those negotiations or in a role in responding to litigation, the onus again goes back to the constitutional duties that lies with the Crown and federal or provincial.
And I do understand that it would not be us involved in litigating those claims, but we may suffer the consequences of those claims. And I suppose my question was more to the effect of, and I'll tie this into the Bradley motion. How might we, because if we, the city of Ottawa, may end up suffering as the result of any kind of claim that speaks to taking back territory, how is our legal staff going to arm itself, educate itself, so that we can get the best advice from our legal staff? And I'll just segue that into the Bradley motion. If the Bradley motion is basically that the city of Ottawa will consult with those 11 nations and report back to council before we advance any further, is it fair to ask or to assume that as part of the consultations that the city and or our legal team might do, might those consultations involve getting a sense of what those parties and or their legal representatives might be considering as legal action, so that we can fully understand what their interests, or not their interests, what their options might be, so that our legal team and our staff can come back and communicate with as much accuracy as possible what the potential legal threats to the city might be?
Chair, I guess with respect to the land claim process, certainly municipalities, including this municipality, will be monitoring the process that the federal government or the provincial government are making with Indigenous peoples. There is a significant and complex negotiation that is going on between the provincial government, the federal government, and the Algonquins of Ontario. There was an agreement in principle that was executed in 2016. And the federal Crown and the provincial Crown are regularly updating through its processes, municipalities, as to where that particular negotiation may go. And that's the best that municipalities can do, is to be monitoring that. The provincial ministry and the federal Crown do provide updates through their normal communication channels to municipalities as to where the negotiations are at and what the impacts may be on a particular municipality. Other than that, though, I don't know if that answers your question, Chair, for the
It answers the first part of my question. It doesn't answer the second part of my question. The second part was, if we pass the Bradley motion, whereby staff, and I assume staff involves legal as well as planning, if staff will be consulting with those other parties, if that consultation might be an opportunity to, at least through dialogue with those other parties, be able to get a true, proper sense of the potential legal risk we might be at. My question earlier to Mr. Mark identified that, in his opinion, the legal risk with Taggart AOO is low. That was the opinion at that point. And so we don't yet know what the true risk might be of any possible actions taken by tribal councils. So I'm just asking, if the Bradley motion passes, will that consultation be seen by staff as an opportunity to have dialogue about that, so that you can better understand any risk there?
Chair, I think that any process would better inform positions and parties. So I would concur with what Mr. Mark said earlier and what Mr. Moody said with respect to the motion that was questioned.
Thank you. So when that report comes back, or that consultation comes back, I'll look for a clear explanation of legal risks in that report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll be brief. I wasn't going to comment today, but I was asked by our liaison to our Indigenous host nations, our First Nations, Inuit, Métis First Nations, to move a motion to request this delay. And although I can certainly appreciate that it is not our role as a municipality to take the crown in these issues, I do think that we have initiated this liaison role in 2022 for the first time, with the intention of building a stronger relationship with our host nation communities. I think that ultimately, although it was characterized as a kick the can, and I do understand that. I do think there is ultimately a delay in terms of the planning merits of this application that may or may not remain after we revisit it. And I can appreciate that that is not generally palatable. I think in this case, it is appropriate for us as a municipality that opens every meeting with a land acknowledgement, to offer this opportunity for those First Nations communities to engage in a way that they so clearly felt that they had not. And we, through this motion, give some space for that opportunity, whether or not it is functionally different. I think I would be hesitant to suggest that when we've had such delegations that we couldn't manage to meet people where they're at on something as serious as a reconciliatory project. And I do think that this also doesn't, the motion as written, doesn't presume or preclude the exclusion of any other members that have been consulted within the project up until this point. I am not interested in weighing in on the merits of membership. I would be so uncomfortable with being asked to do something like that in this meeting. But what it does suggest is that we give ourselves a runway to be able to offer a little more insight into those aspects, so that when we do come back, we then have the planning merits maybe laid a little more clearly, and the duty to consult piece, which is important, but yet perhaps not the purview here, can be done so that we can all rest with a little more peace of mind that we've done that, because I don't feel restful or peaceful after this meeting, as I'm sure many in the room do not. So I think that's the spirit and the intention of the motion. And for me, I don't hear harm in approving this motion, but I unfortunately think I do hear harm if we move quickly to a no on the Kavanaugh motion today. And we do have that duty, I believe, in our role, is to do less harm. So I just wanted to offer my comments on why I supported the Bradley motion today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got Councillor Brockington, and then giving the final word to Councillor Skalsky and Councillor Kavanaugh. Oh, now Tim's back on the board. Perfect. And then I've also had a request, which I think I'll do before the vote. Or do you want it now? Can we just read out the Bradley motion one more time? I'll ask Councillor Bradley to do that. Sorry, Councillor Johnson.
So be it resolved that Planning and Housing Committee recommend to Council that, number one, the consideration of recommendations 1 to 5 of the motion by Councillor Kavanaugh be deferred pending the report identified below. And that 2, the city consult with the 11 Algonquin First Nations and their 2 tribal councils and report back to committee and council on the outcome of those consultations by no later than Q2 of 2026.
Thank you very much. And can I just ask coordinator's office to make sure that city planning staff have a printed copy of that? Sorry, just trying to find my speakers list again. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to apologize. I've been up and down from my seat all day. I've been in the back room here attending meetings with AMO that were critical for me to attend today, but I apologize to this committee and my colleagues. I've sat on this committee for 3 terms in a row now. I've listened and debated hundreds, if not thousands, of files. And Mr. Mark's sage advice always rings with me. And one thing that Mr. Mark always says is that the number one objective of this committee when it's making decisions is to ask ourselves whether the application meets the planning merits before us. We sometimes hear a lot of secondary issues related to files that are not related to the planning merits of a file. And sometimes that distracts decision makers. But at the end of the day, what a tribunal or court will uphold is whether or not a file meets the planning merits. And the reason why Taywin was not included in the original official plan was it didn't meet those planning merits. And so that's how I was guided in my previous votes and even my previous attempt to have other lands within the city designated. We talked about North Canada, West Carleton. Councillor Eli L. Shantiri at that time was quite opposed. He didn't want to see those lands added in his ward, and he, of course, supported the Taywin proposal. So that's what's guided me. There's a lot of other issues that this file has in its place, but I just wanted to preface my thoughts that first and foremost, I think whether this is smart planning or not, I'm uncomfortable arbitrating the question who is or who is not a bona fide member of an Indigenous group or First Nation. That is never my responsibility. And we obviously acknowledge that there appears to be friction and conflict with a number of groups in the area. And I think part of our process has contributed to that. When we talk about consultation, and we've heard staff say, well, we've met the legal requirements of consultation. Fair questions about the scope of that consultation, who was actually consulted, who should have been consulted as part of this. Those are questions that have come up. And I think staff have acknowledged this in past communications with council about that there are a lot of stakeholders as part of this application. So I don't like returning to past decisions that City Council has made in the past. Even if I have not supported those decisions in the past, I do pledge to uphold decisions of council and certainly not act against those. However, the question is before us today. Duly elected member of this council has moved this motion, and we are obliged to debate as we have this matter for hours now and make a decision. My question to staff, and I apologize if this has been asked in my absence, but should this pass today and be approved by council, what happens next? Are you obliged to identify sort of substitute lands that would substitute the Taywin lands for other future developments elsewhere in the city? We have to replace these lands with something else, I assume. And that to me would be, assuming we deal with any legal issues that might spring up after the decision. But is that what staff would have to do next? Is what we need to identify additional lands and get them as part of the urban boundary?
Chair, that's correct. Staff's understanding, if the motion passes, but staff would have to identify replacement lands for the Taywin lands.
And is staff able to do that task? Are there lands available that could be substituted for the Taywin lands?
So staff will have to take a look at what are the options available. At this point, staff cannot comment on the difficulties or the length of time such a review would take.
Is it fair to say that the lands that staff had recommended in the, I don't know if it's North Canada or West Carleton, but the area, either North Canada or north of North Canada, are not equal to in area to Taywin, that Taywin is a much larger area. So even if those lands were identified in North Canada, you would still have to recommend other areas within Ottawa.
Chair, that is correct. Taywin is approximately 445 hectares. South March, North Canada, as Councillor had described, is about 175 hectares. There's remaining 270 hectares that was outstanding. So South March 175 plus 270 that are outstanding made up the 445 in Taywin.
Okay, thank you. So Chair and colleagues, obviously, if this motion passes, it opens up a kettle of fish that will be challenging for the city to sort through, particularly the Taggart AOO group as well. But again, that you go back to the main question, whether you believe this is sound planning process or not, development, that is a key question that I'm confronted with as well. So there's a lot to digest with this, colleagues. But I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Brockington. We have our battles at the table sometimes, but that was very eloquent. And I think it really highlights a lot of what I'm unsure why we're back here relitigating again, but I just wanted to point out a couple of things. First of all, that's a lot of hectares, 445. That would take time to identify, to go through all legal hoops, to do all that sort of stuff. Would it not? Would it not take years?
Chair, it would take time. It would take staff time. I don't know if years would be the right sort of period, but at this point, staff can't comment on how long it might take and what challenges there would be in those areas.
Okay. And I'm looking around. We lost a lot of money for not hitting housing targets last year. I think we're on track to not achieve that again. I'm just worried about all these opportunities to build. We keep saying we want to build housing for people, but I'm not really seeing it. So I have a couple other quick thoughts on this. I keep hearing about the futures, talking about the futures. Well, when we amalgamated as a city, got news for you, Gloucester and Nepean still cry about the fact that we had to support and bail out the city of Ottawa. We were very fiscally responsible. Same with Nepean. And we got things done. But yes, when we joined the city, of course there would be lines, sewage lines and water lines. And I've been on council long enough to remember when we lost the service line to Barrhaven. We actually had to twin it. We had to do the same thing in Orleans because that's what you do when you amalgamate as a city. Now, if we want to go back and re-debate amalgamation and demalgamation, I don't think that's what we want to do. I think we have to focus on collectively as a city, and this is the opportunity to get off your pulpits and stop with ideology and focus on what we're trying to achieve, increasing the housing numbers, stop with the hypocrisy, and let's start building so we can avoid parcels of land within the areas that we're fighting with right now, where we're not achieving those targets. When it comes to, who's actually walking the walk, let's take the Indigenous component out for a minute. I think we've already dealt with that. That is something that there are certainly, and again, the federal government's very responsible for a lot of this, not creating clear definitions on certain things. But based on what we've heard, we know that's not an element in here. What I have heard is delegations coming in saying, and I've asked a professor, I asked a environmental lawyer that was here. They said, no additional lands. They think everyone should be living in 1,000 square foot box. Some people don't want to do that. Some people want to live as a larger family. That opportunity exists. We have a perfect example of something that will actually achieve environmental targets. Just because, unlike CATASA or anything else, there's no fund available out of this. This is all about benefiting community and intensification. We should really focus on what we're trying to achieve here. And Chair, when my name was mentioned, you let it roll. I'm not mentioning names. I'm saying councillors have to stop with the hypocrisy. And again, Chair, I'm speaking at this point. So on that, thank you, Mr. Chair. When it comes to TRC, look how many of the councillors went out to events. Right? All the people that are saying that we're championing, we're a big part of this community. I never see you guys there. Let's get back to intensification. Let's talk about the 5 big moves and everything that this awards us. I know I've got a councillor triggered. That's fine. It happens. I'm also going to continue to push on intensification. You'll see the applications coming forward because I don't want to hear the Rothwells. I don't want to hear the areas in Lane Johnson's area or Teresa, your own area, where they're going to have additional pressure. They're already concerned now about what is exactly going to happen with intensification. So either we build or we hit pause and we let the province come in and take over and do it for us. Or we be collective and work on this community that we've been instructed
Can I raise a
by
point
lawyers.
of my name being
Sure.
mentioned?
So on that, I will not be kicking the can. Let's go ahead and build. I don't know why this is in front of us today. And thank you for the latitude, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, did you want to raise a point of order, Teresa, or Councillor Kavanaugh?
Yes, having my name mentioned in terms of something that has nothing to do with this file.
So that's neither a point of privilege nor a point of order. So we're going to move on to Councillor Skalski for your wrap up, please.
Sorry, thank you. Maybe I just want to start by saying that to suggest that this isn't politically motivated is a little insane to me. Like, this was originally tabled in the middle of a by-election for Osgoode Ward 20, intentionally to create the kind of drama and get people feeling exposed around this issue. So I'm still in shock. What makes this the most difficult for me is that there are real people who live in Carlsbad Springs who are impacted and divided by this development. Residents in the area rely on the trickle water system, and many rely on propane and oil and other gas for heating. For some, the promise of improved utilities and new amenities is very exciting. But for others, especially those directly beside the development, there are concerns about construction, traffic flow, and negative impacts on their properties and the environment. People don't move to rural Ottawa to end up in the middle of an urban development, that's for sure. The lack of details about the project and a history of controversy has contributed to mistrust and frustration. I believe that residents rely on City Council to do the right thing, and unfortunately, this motion is not about right and wrong. I think the original motion and the replacing motion are intentionally designed to muddy the waters and distract from our obligations. It's an example of councillors wanting to win a political battle at any cost, financial, legal, and reputational. And I think it has given false hopes for those who are impacted and already deeply frustrated by this development. I think we need to be pragmatic here. What I heard today is that if this motion passes, it will almost certainly be challenged and overturned by the Ontario Land Tribunal. Regardless of the rationale for including this development into the official plan at the time, removing it now will cost taxpayers upwards of $1 million in legal expenses and is almost guaranteed to result in Taywins staying in Carlsbad Springs. At this stage, I challenge you to spend your collective energy ensuring optimal planning of this development. Do your job. That means ensuring taxpayer expectations are met on this project and that residents are engaged on plans for the site layout, stormwater management, infrastructure, transportation, and energy plans. If this development is here to stay, we owe residents today and 50 years from now to get this development right. So I promise my residents, and I'll say it again today, should this project prove to be unviable or put at risk the interests of residents of Carlsbad Springs, I will be the first in line to put forward a motion on that issue. Unfortunately, I don't believe that's what we have here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Skalski. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. I realize this has been a long and difficult debate, but I think it was important to bring it back. The original decision to include Taywin lands that was done without consultation could be interpreted very much as political. Other highly rated sites were turned down. This was not the best direction for our city. And it was done under the guise of reconciliation. This is why it was important to raise this issue and have those who represent our First Nations come and tell us about the concern that they had on this. I moved this motion in the spring and withdrew it to allow for the Osgood ward to be represented. And I give complete respect that it is now represented and the councillor has opinions. That's perfectly acceptable. But we're all elected officials and we must debate the issues. And urban councillors are equal to rural councillors because we're making decisions about the city. We're making decisions about the future of our city. We expect to see greenfield development coming in, and we voted on that. But this was a more controversial one, and it had to be addressed because it came under the pretense of reconciliation. And we've heard today that that was not acceptable from those that we call our First Nations representatives. I feel that it was very important to hear from them and that we continue to work with them. It's not the easiest decision I've ever made to bring this forward, but I felt that it was important to hear from those who had concerns. Particularly when I heard from Claudette Commanda, who we all respect, and whose own son came out to speak on her behalf. These are not light decisions. These are things that we have to live with and we have to think about for the future. The growth is going to happen. And in my ward, I've seen literally thousands of units being approved. Many of them have not even been built. Most of them, quite frankly, and others are not moving very, not planning to, that said they were going to plan to. So it is frustrating and we do need more housing, that's for sure. It's better to have intensification. It's better to have green fields that are attached to current development. That's our first motivation. I appreciate and respect everyone's views. That's who I am. I'm not going to get into arguments with people. But I felt that this was a very important issue to raise, and I have no second thoughts that this is what we had to do, and to hear the voices that were brought forward today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanaugh. There are no further councillors to offer any comments. I do want to say thank you very much to all of the delegates. It has been hours of discussion. Multiple councillors have run up against the time allotted to them because they had so many questions. This was a thorough hashing out, I think, of the issue, and it's really been a pleasure for me to chair this meeting and to hear the various different perspectives. To the delegates who came out, thank you very much. We appreciate your wisdom. We appreciate your passion, and it was a good discussion. I personally will be supporting, if it gets to that, Councillor Kavanaugh's motion. The pipes that we have in this city are too long. When we add lands into the urban boundary, the best way to do that is in lands that are immediately adjacent to areas that are already serviced. Our taxes can only go up over time as new infrastructure that is built inefficiently needs to be operated, maintained, replaced, repaired. We should be building the city as efficiently as possible. And to my mind, that means adjacency. So if it cuts to the vote for Councillor Kavanaugh's motion, I will be supporting it. I will be supporting Councillor Bradley's motion through Councillor Johnson as well. I don't see that it's going to create any undue hardship on anybody. So let's see if we can get some of those discussions underway. So what we're going to do is we're going to vote on the Councillor Bradley / Johnson motion. and we'll go from there, actually. So could I get a recorded vote on that motion, please?
Counselor Brock,
Yes.
Counselor Brockington,
Yes.
Counselor Curry,
No.
Counselor Dudas,
No.
Counselor Johnson,
Yes.
Counselor Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Counselor Kelly,
No.
Counselor Kitts, Counselor Lowe,
No.
Counselor Tierney,
Nope.
Counselor Troster,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gower,
No.
Chair Brown,
No.
and Chair Leeper.
Yes.
5 yeas, 7 nays.
That motion fails, so we'll move on then to vote on the Kavanaugh motion. Could I get a recorded vote on that one, please?
Counselor Brockington,
Yes.
Counselor Curry,
No.
Counselor Dudas,
No.
Counselor Johnson,
Yes.
Counselor Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Counselor Kelly,
No.
Counselor Kitts, Counselor Lowe,
Oh.
Counselor Tierney,
Nope.
Counselor Troster,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gower,
No.
Chair Brown,
No.
Chair Leeper,
Yes.
5 yeas, 8 nays.
Okay, that fails. That motion will not rise.
Sorry,
Oh,
7.
sorry,
7.
7-5. Yeah.
Yeah.
That motion
Oh.
fails. It won't go to council unless somebody brings it there. It doesn't automatically rise. I would just reiterate that Councillor Gower has provided direction to staff to continue consulting with a broader number of our partners. And what did I write that one down for? No, that's it. That is it for the substantial agenda today. Thank you very much for a good discussion. I thought that was fascinating. We don't have any in-camera items. Are there any notices of motion for a subsequent meeting? No. We have 2 inquiries. Councillor Johnson?
Thank you. So the City of Ottawa allows ground floor space for services and commercial uses in most high-rise residential buildings and requires it in certain areas through secondary plans or area-specific policies. This is consistent with the official plan, which encourages healthy, inclusive, and walkable 15-minute communities that offer a range of shops and services with their permitted uses identified in the final draft of the zoning bylaw. Developers often design and build before securing a tenant, though they may have a use in mind, such as offering a daycare or a retail space. Their knowledge of the needs of the community and of their prospective tenancy or of their prospective tenant may be extensive or limited. In many instances, these developments replace older strip malls which had services and retailers who served the community. Number 1. How does the City of Ottawa regulate the types of ground floor commercial spaces other than the zoning bylaw? Are there tools provided for in the Planning Act or otherwise that could be used to encourage a certain type of business while limiting another? For example, by requiring smaller or larger store footprints or the elimination of structural impediments where open space is a consideration. Number 2, what can we do to encourage a healthy mix of commercial and local services that serve community needs? Number 3, what review does the City of Ottawa make during the application process and according to what guidelines to ensure that applicants design spaces that accommodate a variety of commercial spaces, such as grocery stores or small enterprise space? Is there an opportunity for economic development services to provide input? What about other bodies like the Ottawa Board of Trade or local BIAs? And number 4 is occupancy of these spaces tracked? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson, and I understand Councillor Kavanaugh has an inquiry as well.
Yep, thank you. Some infill and other residential construction developments in Bayward and across the city have uncompleted for over 5 years. Construction delays and financing difficulties have created situations where construction sites on residential streets are abandoned, delaying access to much-needed housing and creating an increased demand from neighbors and community associations for bylaw and building code inspections. These stalled developments run counter to our term of council priority of creating a city that is affordable housing and more livable for all. With neighborhoods across Ottawa seeing increased developments and intensification, what measures could the city put in place to encourage completion of stalled infill and other residential developments? Are there examples of policies from other municipalities that have adopted to discourage prolonged delays in infill and other small-scale residential projects? And if I may, if I could just ask if we could get a response by QT 2020, or QT 2026, the latest.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanaugh. Are there any other inquiries? I don't believe we have any other business, so we're adjourned until our next meeting, Wednesday, November 5th, 2025. Thank you very much, everyone, for a good, respectful discussion. Appreciate it.